meantime, Donald Trump has made a major health announcement regarding autism. The US president is suggesting taking painkiller Tylenol while pregnant can be linked to an increased risk of the condition. Link experts say is unproven. Optus says it's discovered another 7 customers who tried to call 000 during last week's outage. The company was already aware of 600 call attempts, 3 of which have been linked to deaths. 2 cases from WA and another 2 from South Australia have been referred to police. Disney has buckled under the pressure and reinstated talk show Jimmy Kimmel Live after initially shelving the show over the host's comments regarding the death of Charlie Kirk. And pop star Harry Styles has run the Berlin Marathon. The 31-year-old ran the race in just under 3 hours. Up next, SEN Sport. Matt Rowell is waking up with a sore head from celebrating his Brownlow medal win. The Gold Coast Sun winning the award with 39 votes. And bomber Zach Merritt has addressed his trade saga and admitted to a sense of shame over how the situation has played out.
No player or individual is bigger than the club as well. So all I would say is to the fans, thank you for all your support and constant support over the last couple of years and these past few weeks. It's been difficult.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Good morning, this is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Tuesday. It's the 23rd of September. A big hello to you listening on your local SEN track or RSN dials, the SEN and RSN app, or if you're watching us streaming live on the SEN app, our Facebook page or YouTube channel. Giddy Up brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Michael Brow, the CEO of Moonee Valley, will join me. They're in for a big night at the Valley Friday night with the Group 1 Manikato Stakes and also that Fegan Stakes. So we'll talk to Michael from the top. Rory Hunter will join us. This was nearly the story of the weekend. He's star 3-year-old Autumn Mystery, winning a Derby trial there at Flemington, his first Flemington winner. It was for Rory Hunter, so we'll catch up with Rory. Sam Fairgrave from Yulong will have a chat to us. Of course, Yulong in the news yesterday with Ash Morgan taken off their star sprinter and Private Harry after his disappointing effort first up in the shorts at Randwick. Adam Blenko from racingandsports.com will join us. We'll find you some winners with the midweek masterclass. And we've got the Bet365 Country Racing Hour. And we'll finish off the show with Bag of Tips and Facing the Breeze as we talk some harness racing with Adam Hamilton and Anthony Butt. It's 5 minutes past 8, 0499 736 736 to join our conversation. Let's kick off the show with the CEO of Moonee Valley, Michael Brow, who joins us in the studio. Michael, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gareth.
Geez, it's been some week for Moonee Valley. You've been in the news everywhere I look these days. And the big question everybody wants to know is Snoop Dogg turning up to the Valley on Friday night?
It's hard to keep a secret in this town, isn't it? I might have had a missed phone call from you on Sunday night,
Yes.
and then I see you went went out with it on your Twitter feed that Snoop Dogg may have been coming out.
Yes.
The marketing team put their best foot forward. They had a real crack at locking in the great man, but unfortunately at 3:30 yesterday afternoon, word came through that he wouldn't be coming out to the Valley.
You were close. You must have been very, very, very close.
Well, we had positive feedback when the offer was lobbed on Friday.
Yeah.
Encouraging feedback over the weekend, and then yesterday morning we were confident.
Yeah.
We were confident that he was coming, and I think you led the way, and then it might have led the rumour file at 5:30.
Yeah.
Then we had media inquiries throughout the day, but disappointing that the great man said that he won't be coming out.
Geez, it would have been some night at the Valley with Snoop Dogg.
Wouldn't it?
From all reports, he was going to play. He had an engagement later on that night. And he was going to come early on in the meeting and say hello to everybody, and then he would have had to head off in the middle part of the night. So it might have just got too much for the Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, I think he was booked in to do a DJ set at a nightclub in Melbourne at 10 or 11 o'clock. So we pitched it that he could come through 7:30, 8 o'clock, spend a bit of time on course. You know, the punters would have loved it. I've heard from people over the last couple of days I haven't heard from for years. And,
Where's my ticket?
it certainly would have had a different audience coming through for what will be a special night under lights at the Valley.
Well, good on you, Michael, because I think it's important that race clubs don't let an opportunity like that go. Like if you got Snoop Dogg turning up to a grand final and there was an opportunity after talking to his management that he could rock up, you had to have a fair dinkum crack, and you did just that, and you were just short, unfortunately.
I'll take no credit for it. Troy Ratcliffe, who is our GM of marketing, he was on the ball, and yeah, a credit to Troy and the team for the work that they did with Ralph Carr and the management team, but unfortunately it fell at the last hurdle.
There's a lot of free publicity, however. Troy's done his job because I heard it on all of the news services there yesterday, and obviously we weren't the only radio station to report this as well. So everybody does know in Melbourne that Moonee Valley is holding a Group 1 meeting on that Friday night.
I reckon we'll have a few people turn up on the night having heard it as gospel on different media outlets there, waiting for the Snoop Dogg to come out and appear, but we'll have to get word out there that he's not coming.
We've done it before, but does that give you any ideas going forward? Now, obviously, you're going to have a year off after this year's Cox Plate, but on a night like this or other nights, that if you can get a big name to perform at Moonee Valley, then it could be something a little bit different to help you draw a crowd.
Yeah, you get the normal race goer, on a day outside of a Cox Plate Carnival with this, but it just highlights how an international name like Snoop Dogg can attract a very different audience.
Yeah.
And it would have been great to piggyback on what the AFL's doing to bring that calibre of talent out to Australia. It's not to say in future years we won't try and do the same. I know my chairman was very keen to have Robbie Williams do an appearance after the final Cox Plate, but there wasn't enough cash in our bank account to cover that.
How are you feeling, mate? 4 more meetings left before you knock down the Valley and you start again for a new chapter.
You'd have to say mixed emotions across the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to what the next 4 weeks can deliver, kicking off with Grand Final Eve. We race again next Friday, and then, of course, the 2-day Ladbrokes Cox Plate Carnival to finish it off. Yeah, there's a tinge of sadness, of course, but we're going through, remembering the great times. The Valley's had an incredible history since racing commenced in 1883.
Yeah.
We've got the 105th running of the WS Cox Plate this year. And then it's the promise of a new beginning, an exciting future for the club with a redevelopment that'll take us into the 21st century.
What have you got planned for that final meeting?
Yeah, the team's pulled together a great activation plan across both of the race meetings. So we've got the Ladbrokes Moonee Valley Gold Cup, of course, that headlines the Friday night, which this year carries the golden ticket into the Lexus Melbourne Cup. And then there's post-race concerts there. They've got the Ladbrokes lawn party firing up on both nights, different activations. Ladbrokes is putting up money for a putt competition as I'm watching a drum and golf ad here on your TV screen.
Yeah.
And then on the Saturday, the Ladbrokes Cox Plate will be the last race run on the track, and then we'll have a massive concert afterwards, race goers on the track. Australian rock collective belting out some of the greatest hits across generations of Australians.
Yep. I'll let you grab a water because I tell you what, it's been a mighty effort for you to come through after having been crook for a few days. I'll take a break and then I'll come back and ask you a few more questions regarding Friday night and also going forward until that last meeting there on Cox Plate Day. This is Gareth Hall and Michael Brow, the CEO of Moonee Valley, as we continue on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. It's 11 minutes past 8.
just released tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you. My special guest is the CEO of Moonee Valley, Michael Brow. He just told us from the top, unfortunately, that Snoop Dogg won't be there on Friday night. They were closed, but no cigar for Snoop Dogg getting to the Valley. But the second acceptance, they're announced today, aren't they? Or are they closed today for the Cox Plate, Michael?
Close at lunchtime today. We've got 57 horses this morning still in contention for the Ladbrokes Cox Plate. Be interesting to see how many pay up today. Of the 57, I think Chris Waller's got 21. So we're looking for Chris to continue to support through the progressive acceptance stage. But he's got 2 or 3 really good chances this year. V.
Sistina and Aliana, his 2 big guns, stepped out at the Valley yesterday morning. We were joking with Mackie yesterday. I was just happy to see him stay on V. Sistina in track work there at the Valley. So she looked $1 million. She'll go towards the Turnbull Stakes before she heads to the Valley. So when you think about, can't wait to see what Treasure of the Moment can do on Friday night, taking on Pride of Jenny. Sir Dilius was excellent for Gay Waterhouse there in the Underwood Stakes. So it's going to be some race still, the Cox Plate.
Yeah, of course, add Antino into that, and I'm keen to see how Tom Kitten runs on Friday night. He had that little setback early in his preparation. It's disappointing that we're looking at another small field this year for the Ladbrokes Fian on Friday night, but last year I'd suggest it's one of the best 4-horse races I've ever seen, and it could be another 4-horse race this year.
Well, for 2 years running, you've had 4 horses. Last year was one of my favourite races. It was definitely my top 3, and that night at the Valley last year was one of the best nights I've ever been to, one of the best race meetings. It was under lights. The atmosphere was amazing. Yep. It's such a great feeling around Melbourne because you got the grand final the next day, and then when you have an excitement machine like Pride of Jenny and then a Manicato to go with it, there was something special about that Valley that night. I reckon it'll be the same on Friday night. And people say I get carried away with Pride of Jenny and she's on another comeback trail. But as we saw in a Mackay Diva, we desperately need horses like a Pride of Jenny that can do what she does just to make it a lot of fun.
It'll be a great race again on Friday night. It could be a 4-horse field. We'll do final acceptances.
Looks tomorrow, like it will be
tomorrow morning for that. But last year, you're right. We had the Fian early in the night, and that just set the tone, the atmosphere. When she kicked, 6 or 8 lengths clear at the 800-metre mark and just kept going, Brightside couldn't run her down. There's been some incredible moments at the Valley, and that would have to be one of them.
So what do you do now with that Fian Stakes? Because I think Pride of Jenny, and you've had Brightside and Treasure of the Moment, they sort of saved that race in a way because of their class. But I don't think you can keep on having 4-horse fields. Is it a situation where you look at trying to change the date? And what's it do next year, by the way?
Yeah, we need to work out what the program looks like next year. We'll go through that race day process with Racing Victoria and the other metropolitan clubs over the coming months. There's 2 choices, I think, for a meeting like that, Caulfield or Flemington, but it would be a day meeting on that grand final eve. Being the public holiday, that's not a great concern to us. This is the second year that the Fian Stakes has been run on grand final eve, and we think it sits beautifully 4 weeks out from the Ladbrokes Cox Plate. It carries a golden ticket in, but that's not going to be such an issue this year when you've got perhaps less than a capacity field. You've got trainers that they're changing the way they map out the spring programs for these star horses now. Historically, it used to be favoured that it'd be 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. Now they're happy to go 3 weeks. So whether it's a Mackay into a Turnbull, into a Cox Plate, or it was announced, I think, yesterday with Mr. Brightside, he's heading for a $5 million King Charles, but he'll have a trial instead of a run. It could have been a $500,000 trial at the Valley where he races so well. But we'll give it another go. There's a lot of races for those star horses now. And,
is there too many?
Well, and also with a lot of the good horses in Sydney staying up there early, it's hard to get them to come down. So we need to work through that with Racing Victoria. I think the Manicato on this night works perfectly. I think the change we made with the Moya going 3 weeks earlier at the start of September, I think it works beautifully, particularly with horses that are perhaps on an Everest trail. And then, of course, we dropped the McEwen Stakes on Cox Plate last year, which Barrackeel came through and won. And then we took him into our slot in the media right down at Cranbourne. It's still hard to believe he got beaten at Cranbourne there, and he's now a Group 1 winner. And he's a colt horse. He's a fan favourite, and look forward to him stepping out against Lady Shenandoah on Friday night.
And the Stock Stakes, always a good race. That was the day that Amelia's Jewel turned up and just got over Pride of Jenny, and we didn't know how good Pride of Jenny was.
Correct.
When that race happened.
I think that was the last race Amelia's Jewel won.
Yes.
Oh, no, she might have won with
more.
Annabelle.
Yeah,
sorry.
she led all the way there in Sydney one day. You got the Stut Stakes as well. So it's a really good night of racing there on Friday night, as you pointed out. With Lady Shenandoah, just proves, I think, moving the Manikato to where it is now, it's definitely a big tick.
It is. And then we've got the Ladbrokes 55-second challenge. We've got an abbreviated challenge this year. We've got 3 night meetings at the Valley, so the fastest time across those 3 meetings will win a $30,000 cash prize.
Yeah.
And then we'll run, I think there's nine heats of the 55-second challenge at Cranbourne. So the fastest time across those 9 heats will win $25,000 in cash. So it's been a great promotion at the Valley, the 55-second challenge, and we look forward to seeing how fast they can go this year.
And that Friday night before the Cox Plate, I love the way that, and it's great to see Racing Victoria, the VRC, and working together with clubs like yours, that golden ticket into the Cup. There's going to be some horses there that will need to win that race to get into our great race.
Yeah, Akita Sushi came out and won the Moonee Valley Gold Cup last year, and then went on and ran 3rd in the Melbourne Cup. It's taken on a different feel, the Melbourne Cup, in recent years. It's pleasing to see there's horses coming from all around the world currently in quarantine or about to go into the quarantine. So we're looking forward to a successful launch of the golden ticket into the Melbourne Cup. It's something that we've chased from the VRC for many years, and it's great that we've been able to secure that.
A few questions coming through for the boss. The grandstand will be ready by the time we recommence racing in 2027?
It may be. We're working through the final design. It'll go out to 2 builders for pricing over the next few weeks.
Okay.
We'll see what the pricing
So no
comes.
contracts done yet. Who builds that new grandstand?
There's 2 builders that are pricing it for us, and we'll have a price locked away on that shortly. But all of the earthworks, all of the infrastructure, all of the civil works commence on the 1st of November.
Yeah.
Those contracts are locked in, and then the demolition contract has just been signed for the current grandstand. So on the 11th of November, it starts to come down. It'll be a 4 or 5 month process to clear the site.
Yep. And harness racing definitely not going there.
Not at this stage.
Yep.
I would say it's 1,000,000 to 1, and that might be
drifting.
unders.
Yeah. Someone was telling you they could go to the showgrounds, but I don't know what's going on. I don't think that can happen either.
I think they could only fit in a greyhound track
Yes.
at the showgrounds these days.
You got to get better, mate. We wish you the best of luck come Friday night.
I'll be at my best come Friday.
It'll be a big month as well. And just hats off to the club, because you're under a little bit, to be honest, you're under a little bit of pressure with your racetrack. But, geez, it's played beautifully this season.
Yeah, we had a tough end to the season March, April. We had the Group 1 William Reid, and then we backed it up and ran on the 26th of April. The track wasn't where we wanted it to be. A new racecourse manager joined us at the end of April. Sean Patterson came down from Rose Hill, and Sean and the team have done a fantastic job. It's been brilliant since we returned on the 9th of August, and it'll be tip-top this Friday night, and then it'll be perfect for the carnival.
Yep, bring on the rest of the carnival. We've got a Cox Plate luncheon at the Ascot Vale Hotel on the Thursday, so we can't wait. The Ascot Vale Hotel is one of our favourite pubs here on Giddy Up, so I think we've got J-Mac, Wayne Hawkes, Tommy Papley will be there. Mark Sarah's been booked in, so we're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, just go easy on those boys. We've got them coming along to the chairman's dinner. It's a black tie dinner on the Thursday night, so particularly J-Mac, make sure he's neat and tidy for us.
No, he won't be eating probably on that Thursday before Clocks, or obviously the 2-day carnival, but we will do our best, mate. Hey, we appreciate you coming in, and well done trying to get Snoop Dogg. I know you were close, but thanks for trying, and who knows? He might change his mind and just rock up.
I doubt it. Thanks for your support, Gareth.
Michael. There's Michael Brow, the CEO of Moonee Valley. Let's take the news.
out by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Anthony Albanese has addressed the UN General Assembly in New York at a conference on a two-state solution in Gaza. Donald Trump has made a major health announcement regarding autism, linking the use of painkiller Tylenol to an increased risk in the condition. Experts say the link is unproven. Disney has buckled under the pressure and reinstated talk show Jimmy Kimmel Live after initially shelving the show over the host's comments regarding the death of Charlie Kirk. And pop star Harry Styles has run the Berlin Marathon. Up next, sen.com.au sport. There was some controversy in last night's Brownlow medal count. St Kilda's Nazaya Wanganeen-Miller scored 2 votes despite picking up 34 disposals and 4 goals in the record-breaking comeback win over Melbourne. The umpires instead awarding Demon Jack Varney with 3 votes, while the goal of the year went to the Suns' Noah Anderson and Bulldog Sam Darcy winning Mark of the Year.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you. Paul Sebastiani joins me. We're about to have a chat to Robbie Heathcote. There's some story. We might chase up Andrew Hawkins once again as well, just to get some news regarding some of these cup horses. They tell me the RV vets were at work overnight just checking on a few of these European gallopers, and we might have some news regarding how they got through those checks. So stand by there. Paul Sebastiani, I think we went okay. We would have just lost following Adam White yesterday. We were close, like Will Ashcroft just missed out and Cheezel just missed out as well. But it was an interesting Brownlow medal count anyway, to say the least.
It definitely was. Good morning to you, Gareth, and good morning to all the listeners. Yes, Noah Anderson's stiff not to win it for the Gold Coast Suns. He had a couple of games where Matty Rowell, I think, stole a few votes off him. But Daniel Hoyne, of course, from Champion Data, did say it is a contested possession award. Gee.
And do you know what? When you watch Rowell, the way that he bursts out of clearances these days, he does stand out. He's got the red hair. But I just want to know what those umpires, and I think people are being unfair sometimes on the umpires. It's a difficult job that they have. But it would have been interesting, one of the umpires or the umpires there that umpired that match between Melbourne and St Kilda where Naz got the 2 votes. They had their coffee on a Sunday morning and they were reading the papers thinking,
we might have got this one wrong.
Maybe we got that one wrong.
I think we might have missed Naz stepping on the heads of opponents and kicking match-winning goals. But
geez, he must have tackled well Jack White in that game.
But it's all under the nose of the umpires, isn't it? That's what's going to attract a lot of attention. So, look, we're all generals after the battle, aren't we? But
do you know what? These umpires, it's been an umpires, the umpires have been voting on this game, on this medal for years,
yes.
And it hasn't been probably under the scrutiny it is now, with everyone can have a look at Champion Data and we can have a look at the stats after the match, and we can, obviously there's people punting on it these days.
Correct.
So back in the 70s and 60s and 80s,
didn't have it.
They didn't have this type of scrutiny. So there would have been umpires that they would have completely made a mistake probably, or
potentially
misread the game or had a different opinion on the game compared to others. So that's the beauty of that. Well, the Brownlow medal, I reckon.
How do you compare it to racing? So say when you've got what was Nick Dacos, sort of 6-4? What was he about, that $2.50, $2.40 quote? When a favourite like that gets beaten in horse racing and the $13 pop launches over the top and beats them all, Well, Matty Rowell's done a prodigy, really, when you think about it. He's darted out the blocks and they couldn't catch him. So the $13 pop wins the Brownlow medal. These things happen.
At the end of the day, you really can't punt on the Brownlow medal because you're relying on the umpires to do their votes, and they have a different opinion that some of us have. So you just got to try and read the play a little bit better, as Horny pointed out. It is a contested possession medal, and there's no one better in the competition than Matty Rowell at that.
Well, the AFL PA award will be fascinating as well every year, and the AFL Coaches Award as well. So, I mean, you marry those up and people are going to have their opinions. Was Rowell the best player in the league this season? Probably not, but the Brownlow says he was.
But at the end of the day, you got the AFLPA award, the Lee Matthews medal. You've got the Gary Ayres medal for the best player in the finals. You've got the Coaches Award. Like Gary Lyon gave away a $90,000 car on AFL 360 to Patrick Dangerfield.
Yes.
Because he gave 3 votes for the whole round. And so that was a different voting structure. So there's different awards. But the Brownlow medal's voted by the umpires. That should never change.
No.
And that's the way it is. And not the best player doesn't win the Brownlow each and every year.
That's
very,
the
romance
true.
of it.
But is there also a point where you can make that the gap between the best players in the competition is actually becoming a lot thinner than it has been? Like Dusty stood out like a sore thumb all those years ago. I don't think Cripps should have won it by that far last season, but he was probably the best player in the league last season. I think everyone said he well and truly deserved it. But the gap between the best around the league is slowly but surely becoming diminished. There are a lot of good players in the league at the moment.
It's going to be interesting chatting to Sam Fairgrave just after 9 o'clock about this situation with the jockeys. I had a chat to Sam Fairgrave yesterday, and he wanted to make sure that we make it clear that Yulong had nothing to do with the decision to replace Ash Morgan off that horse.
You were the newsbreaker yesterday.
But we didn't hear that from the Corinda team, did they?
No.
I thought they indicated that it was Yulong that was they pushed for Ash Morgan to be replaced. Now, Sam Fairgrave will explain it to me after 9 o'clock, but my understanding is, after talking to Sam, is that they talk to the trainers, they have a conversation about it, but at the end of the day, it is Nathan Doyle's decision who rides that horse. So we'll hear from Sam Fairgrave in his own words after 9 o'clock.
Bit of clearing of the air, G.
Correct.
I like it.
I love a little bit. There's racing always has a little bit of drama and theatre. And the Private Harry situation, I don't think will ever fail to deliver when it comes to theatre. So I hope he does run really well in a Premier, because the Everest needs a horse like Private Harry.
Don't go anywhere.
No, we'll take a break. Robbie Heathcote to join us next.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you, 8:39. We saw Robbie Heathcote at Moonee Valley yesterday. Unfortunately, Rothfire was one of the last to work, and we had to get going to make it back to our South Bank studios to do the show. I would have loved to catch up with Robbie, so I thought we'll get him on this morning. He joins us now, the champion trainer from Queensland. Hello to you, Rob.
Yeah, g'day, Gareth.
He looked well, what I saw of him anyway. And I tell you what, I was proud of you. You were doing all hands on deck, mate. You were getting your steps up. You were making sure that you looked after Rothfire there yesterday.
I'm just an athlete, mate.
Yes,
Lions
you are.
final week. Get into the mood.
How is the old boy?
He's fantastic. And Blake Shin did me a favour yesterday. He rode him for Nash and gave him a nice hit out, and I had a laugh on my face when he came in. He said, "Struth," he said, "I'm glad I don't have to ride this bugger every morning." He is strong. The old boy is 8, but he doesn't know it.
No.
I never had a lot of luck in the Moir, and hopefully we can turn that around on Friday night with National Wheeler on top.
So you had no luck whatsoever. What do you think could have happened if he did see some daylight there?
Well, I think he would have been in the finish. I mean, he jumped so well. Probably Luke erred in being a little bit negative on him early, and then he got back in the ruck. And who was it? Ben Allen. He was very aggressive and pushed us into a pocket, and we went to the line untested. So rather frustrating, but it can happen around the valley. I get that. That's part of racing, I suppose.
But this is his go, isn't it? Wait for age 1,200 metres now. Hopefully he can just draw a gate.
This is it. And he's got enough speed, as we saw in the Moir. He was the first horse out.
Yep.
Nash will use that speed, put him up there somewhere. If they go crazy, he'll sit behind. If not, he'll take it up because the 1,200 holds no fears. He's been very strong. Nash runs second on him in a Stradbroke over 1,400 at Eagle Farm, so the distance is not a worry.
They're a perfect match, aren't they? A couple of veterans still at the top of their game, combining, trying to win a Group 1.
Well, they're A-graders, and I love the fact that Nash commented to Liam, his manager, after the Moir and said, "Get me on that horse. I can win the Manikato on that." I said, "That'll do me. You're booked."
And barriers do play a major part. If he can draw, I guess, say anywhere between 3 or 2 and 5 or 6, he's going to be in the spot that he probably needs to be.
I think so. More importantly, the horse is so happy. I mean, they say horses have personalities and characters, none more so than this horse. I've spent a fair bit of time with him. I've been flying backwards and forwards, and I was delighted not only with his demeanour, his work was first class, his recovery was good. He ate up last night. We can back off him now going through to Friday, and he's going to give a good account of himself, that's for sure. Yeah,
can't wait to see what he can do there Friday night. And geez, your mare by Rich Enough at Bounding, she is knocking on the door. I think a Lazura will be back at the Valley on Friday night in this stock stakes, but she's ready to win, Rob.
Isn't it funny? Last year, Blake won the stock stakes on our Safina.
Yes.
He ran third in the Let's Elope, as he did on my mare at Flemington, and here we are. He's the one. He suggested the race to me. He said, "Robert, have a look at that stock stakes." He said, "I think I can win it on this mare."
Yeah.
He gave her a spin around the valley, and she was a little bit looky. That's the reason we took her there, but Blake's going in with an air of confidence, and I see the market's got a lot of respect for her, about $6 or $7. So
so they should.
She'll give a good account.
Those bloody good jockeys, they're great, aren't they? Like Blake Shin, Craig Williams, Mark Sarah, and they know, like, they're always thinking ahead. And obviously, they're probably thinking, I haven't got a ride in the stock stakes, but this would be nice for a horse like a Bounding. But I think that's what makes them so good, because they know their form, they understand the race program, and they know what horses that they want to be on for these type of races.
100%. And we've got a welcome addition come up here, Daniel Moore.
Yes.
You guys would know him well. And God, I'm wrapped in this bloke. Not only he can ride, but he's a real professional. I'm here at the trials this morning, and Daniel's punched a couple of good ones home for me. So, good stuff.
So you will use him a lot, Daniel Moore?
As much as I can.
Okay, there you go. And there's opportunities you would imagine for other jockeys, especially in Sydney and Melbourne, like D Moore. He wasn't getting the opportunity, say, in town as much as he would want, but to go up to Queensland because he's a talented rider. And Benny Thompson, it proved a great move for him. Obviously, he had an opportunity in Hong Kong after that. That there's opportunities for these jockeys to make a good living in states like Brisbane, Queensland, I should say.
100%. And not only professionals in their riding skill, but just their delivery of their, pre and post race reports and their attitude to the industry. And they've served their apprenticeship well, and they rightly should get the rewards now.
You see that in other states a little bit as well when, it is a different ball game in Sydney and Melbourne, and this is no disrespect to the jockeys outside of those states, but there is a little bit of difference in the professionalism. Is that fair?
100%.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more on that one.
Yeah.
I notice it when I go down to Melbourne and Sydney. It's a different level. It's a different ball game, but it is what it is, and whilst our racing is competitive, perhaps maybe not quite as professional as Vic's and New South Wales.
Now, tell me this, Rob. My favourite runner of all time is Jaden Shea, who works for you. He's the runner of the Brisbane Lions. He's the heart and soul of that football club. I watched him at the MCG after they won. They all got around him. He's part of the team, of course. He's one of the great racing stories that'll be on the MCG. He won't be getting a kick, but, geez, he plays an important part to the success of the mighty Brisbane Lions.
And he plays an important part with the success of my stable.
Yes.
He's the glue that holds all the girls together.
Yes, yes.
I say that tug in cheek. Yeah. They all love him, as we all do. And look, good luck to the Lions. I mean, it's a remarkable achievement what they've done. This is their third final in 3 years. They've won one. They narrowly lost one. And whilst it's going to be a huge mountain, the Cats, they'll present well on Saturday.
Yeah, you'll be there, will you?
No, I'm going to come home. I went last year.
Okay.
I've got a busy time back up here, so win the Manikato, fly home and sit down in front of the TV in a pub with Marty and the gang and watch the Lions win.
Now, is Jaden turning up on Friday night? Is the runner allowed to? Is the runner allowed to?
Wild bloody elephants wouldn't keep him away. He'll be there.
What about any winners for us there on... Have you got any runners there tomorrow?
Gee, what have I got? I just got back from Melbourne.
You've got Eagle Farm, Celestial Blaze. You've got Ready as a
he's knocking on the door.
Yeah.
He's run a couple of seconds at his last two. He'll be competitive at 2,200. He's proven that he can get the ground. Ready as ever, I think he's in as well, and a horse called Ninjutsu, I think.
Beautiful.
The race will suit him better tomorrow.
Love your work, Robbie. Looking forward to the Valley and Rothfire. He's got to take on Lady Shenandoah and the like, but that will bring the grandstand. It's about to come down anyway, but it might come down early if your old boy can salute there at the Valley. Thanks for that, Rob.
Good on you, Gareth.
You can talk to Robbie Heathcote all day. It's 8:47. We'll come back with plenty more straight after this. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Tuesday morning.
release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Gareth Hall with you. This is Giddy Up, all thanks to Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead for free and confidential support. Visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Adam Blenko from racingandsport.com joins us. Hello to you, Adam.
Gareth, how are you? Big weekend for you.
Oh, yes. It was a massive weekend. The mighty Brisbane Lions. Who do you support in the AFL?
I go for the other big cats. I'm a Richmond Tiger, but we're all Lions this week.
Yes, 100%. I feel sorry for you too, mate. My condolences to you Raiders fans or the people of Canberra.
They ripped the heart out of the city on Saturday night.
It did. Anyway, and I can't believe you lost the unlosable game basically there against the Broncos. That was even more heartbreaking. But anyway.
Yeah, it was good fun, but yeah.
Now, Caulfield
Sport was the winner.
Yeah, Sport was the winner. Caulfield on Saturday. I don't know where we start. We might start with half yours. Do you want to be with any other horse heading towards a Caulfield Cup after watching him win his way into a Caulfield Cup in the naturalism?
Yeah, it was pretty convincing. It was a big day for the cups in general. I think certainly the Caulfield Cup with obviously a lot of horses are. A lot of the bigger names are sort of committed to the Cox Plate and the Melbourne Cup is obviously always that big target at the end. But the Caulfield Cup was sitting there being a little bit neglected.
Yeah.
But yeah, even Birdman winning in Sydney and then half yours even more impressive winning the naturalism and winning his way in. So yeah, he has a pretty wonderful favourites chance, you would have to say. He's still a handicapper's chance. Like he's a down in the weights Caulfield Cup favourite as opposed to a big dog. Like if a Sir Delius did happen to reroute and run there, that would be, he'd be a different sort, he would be favourite and a different sort of favourite, and half yours isn't quite of that standard, but he's I think a suitably exciting horse. And we saw, as I said, we saw Birdman and obviously Adelaide River a week on from changing the guard sort of emerged as one we'd probably half forgotten about, but he's a really, really good horse when he's going, and it looks like Lloyd's got his team. Well, it's not Lloyd putting the saddles on, is it? But his team is going well again. So, that was I reckon a big hour for the Caulfield Cup.
More chance of Canberra winning this year's title than Sir Delius going to a Caulfield Cup. So that won't be happening.
Just going to keep saying
I know. It's sort of like you're trying to get Eliana. She's definitely not going to the Caulfield Cup. So
I might keep saying that one as well.
Yeah,
make the right decision. Yeah, but
they're Cox Plate bound.
Yeah, and maybe events over the last week or so, if you look at the Caulfield Cup and the Cox Plate picture now, it probably, so the internationals have all fallen by the wayside. No one's coming for the Cox Plate.
Yep.
The Caulfield Cup is, probably not as gentle as it looked 2 weeks ago, and the Cox Plate might be a little thinner than it looked 2 weeks ago, so that I at least loosely get it now.
Yes. So Dave Hagan gave half yours an extra kilo and a half, so he'll now carry 52.5. Is there any similar horses through history that he's got a similar profile to heading towards a Caulfield Cup, half yours?
Yeah, there'd be heaps. I haven't singled him down to one, but that would actually be a hard task because there are so many like him, but maybe not so many. I mean, that's a job for me to you set me a task, Gareth. Yep. I'll spend the next 7 days in the bunker.
Yes, I appreciate
buried
that.
Away thinking about that. But he is, there won't be a lack of candidates because he does fit that, that flying fast. And there's sort of one every year, and he's a good version of, I mean, I'm getting old, Gareth, and the first horse that sprung to my mind there was Alco Pop, which is a bit of a weird one to go rattling back to. But he's that sort of that fast improving handicapper. But he is a handicapper. I think that's probably the point.
So would you prefer half yours with 52.5 on his back? And Peter Anthony made a good point on my show yesterday, saying that in the yard, horses like Buckaroo and Sardozi and those type of horses that compete in the Underwood all had a lot of improvement in them heading towards their grand finals, where half yours was like screwed right down to perform at his best to get into a Caulfield Cup. So with that in mind as well, 52.5 on his back, half yours, or Buckaroo carrying the top weight, which team do you want to be on come Caulfield Cup Day?
Yeah, it's the joy of the great race, isn't it? But I would say coming through Saturday and just where they are overall, I'd probably rather be with Half Yours now because I think he's bridged the gap quite a bit. I think there's it's not going to be an easy task for Buckaroo, good as he might be. And he did make it's interesting to talk about his fitness there. If you look at the way that the Underwood played out, he made a big, powerful move and caught Sedelius on the hop and did him for speed there, but then sort of got outstayed and outbattled at the finish, and probably that big effort told. But you can look at that and you say, okay, the rating that spits out at the end of that's not quite the full Buckaroo, but it's close, and it's and that sectional sort of almost tells you, okay, it's all still there and it's all coming, and it very much does look like 2 and 4 weeks away we'll see the absolute best of Buckaroo, but he's got no wiggle room at the top of the handicap there. He's got to be absolutely on, and he's relying on horses like Half Yours.
Yep.
Having been at their top on Saturday and not having any more to give. My suspicion is that he does. I think they might look at that and think, okay, the race panned out pretty well for Half Yours. Things went pretty smoothly, but things went well, but he made the most of it, didn't he?
I've got a couple. We've got a minute before the news, so if you take your picks regarding the Caulfield Cup, you ready?
I'm ready.
Birdman Maidan.
Maidan.
Maidan Land Legend.
Maidan. I'm a little warm on Maidan.
Yes, Maidan Vauban.
Maidan.
There you go. Land Legend, I should say, Land Legend Sardozi.
Land Legend.
Land Legend Vauban.
We'll go Land Legend as well. Vauban was awful on the weekend.
Yeah, he was. What about Sardozi Vauban?
I would now have to tilt towards Zardozi.
Beautiful. Maidan, he was 50-1 this time last week, and I know Andrew Hawkins was keen on him. Within 10 minutes, he's into $15 now with Bet365 last week. So he's been well backed, this horse, Maidan. Yep.
Yeah.
So we missed the bloody $51, but $15 might be a good price as we take the 9 o'clock news.
Powered by Signet. Good morning. I'm Nate Gardner with SEN News. In New York, Anthony Albanese has addressed the UN General Assembly at a conference on a two-state solution. The PM pleading for an end to the Gaza conflict, while Australia has been snubbed by the White House, with Anthony Albanese unable to secure a meeting with Donald Trump. It comes after the US and Israel slammed Australia and other countries calling for a two-state solution. The US President, meantime, has made an announcement surrounding autism. Donald Trump, along with Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., are associating painkiller Tylenol with the condition, urging pregnant women in the US to only take the drug under medical supervision.
So taking Tylenol is not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary.
Experts here say there is no recommendation for change in Australia, with the link still unproven. In Adelaide, a 61-year-old woman is fighting for life after being hit by a train in the city's inner north. Witnesses claim the woman slipped from the platform onto the tracks. The Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, has been removed as patron of 6 charities after an email from 14 years ago emerged in which she called sex offender Jeffrey Epstein her supreme friend. And Hong Kong Airport will close for up to 36 hours from tonight as Typhoon Ragasa looms. Coming up, SEN Sport. Thanks to Unibet. Gamble responsibly. In the NFL, last game of Week 3 is coming up soon. Baltimore and Detroit to meet. Both sides with a 1-win, 1-loss record so far. And Matt Rowell is nursing a sore head from celebrating his Brownlow medal win last night. The Gold Coast Sun taking out the award with 39 votes. Collingwood's Nick Dacos, runner-up for a second year running.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Adam Blanco from racingandsports.com with me as we discuss what happened there on the weekend and have a quick look ahead of a big weekend of racing kicking off on Friday night. And Sam Fairgrey, the COO of Yulong, will join me as well in this hour, straight after we have a chat to Adam. Adam, what about Sir Delius? Is he the horse to beat in a Melbourne Cup now? He's equal favourite with Al Riffa.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's looked like the Melbourne Cup favourite for 6 months now. It was actually saying it was a big hour or so for the Cups. It was a big Saturday for Brisbane form.
Yes.
As well, with both Half Yours and Sir Delius. Even Buckaroo was up there, and Jolie Star kicked on up to Brisbane as well. So Lindeman's running out of his skin, and he went up to Brisbane. Didn't run well up there, but he still went up there. So Brisbane form to the fore, and obviously it's been at the forefront of Melbourne Cup, or the local Melbourne Cup winners in recent times as well. So he fits a profile, Sir Delius, but I suppose the most important thing of all with Sir Delius is that he's got a huge engine, stacks and stacks of talent, and the trip was almost insufficient for him there on Saturday. As I said before, Buckaroo did him for speed and probably rattled him with that change of speed. But once he found his way to sort of put his force through the floor, he had a lot to offer, Sir Delius. So the further they go, the better they go. And if you look at what he was, even just the way he was campaigned in France, but then the way he raced over there as well, he was a mile and a half and will stay further horse there. So you won't get too many better profiling Melbourne Cup favourites, I wouldn't have thought.
We had a bit of fun recently with our Riffa. Like, history tells you that 59 kilos, you can't win a Melbourne Cup. I know it's a different weight scale, but we wish you if you're a bookmaker, you'd take on Al Riffa every day of the week, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, there's a price and there's a point where you wouldn't. But yeah, it's a steadier for sure. But horses in that spot, and it depends where you draw the line, and then you can just pick your favourite arbitrary spot to make it look good or bad. But depending where you draw the line, you can say that horses with past a certain weight actually overachieve a little bit. So past about 57 and a half, they overachieve. But there's no doubt 59 is a steadier. There's also no doubt that he's a bit like Sir Delius, a horse with all the tools for it. He's been, I think we were talking about him before, he's one of those horses that Matt Chapman would dismiss as a Group 3 horse until they get here and win a Group 1.
Yes.
He's won 3 Group 1s over there now, so he's sort of kicked the door down. He hasn't won one in England, though, so don't worry, the English will still claim that he's nothing but a Group 3 hurdler.
Like, the Germany Group 1 was a stellar race, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, the thing about it, he didn't just win that either. He absolutely donkey-licked them, and if you didn't just dismiss it as, that's just German form, when you actually went and measured it, you would realise that he's put up a really, really big performance over there, and one that they tend to take a fairly dismissive view. It's amazing how often these horses from France and Germany slip over from the continent to England and improve. It must just be a coincidence. Yes. They must love that English air.
Well, I'm looking forward to. We've had some fun with our Riffa team. After Jamie Lovett called me Garth throughout the interview, we're sort of just taking our set against Al Riffa. So we might have to, if Al Riffa wins the Cup, I might change my name to Garth. But it'll be interesting.
Become racing Daniel Gorringe.
What else have I got for you today? Now, I want to ask you, Jolie Star, she was impressive. She defeated Briasa. There was no Private Harry. So what do you make of that race heading towards an Everest?
You're about to have Mr. Yulong on, so
yes.
I suspect that Private Harry and Angel Capital will come up in conversation there. Jolie Star, if anything, well, she shored her place up as our best sprinter and our best defence against the monster from Hong Kong. You could make a case here that she was better than ever as well. She's run a really good number here, and so the pace was good. Mm-hmm. So it was a really genuine test, and the best 2 sprinters came to the fore. And as you say, poor old Private Harry wasn't able to take the step. I wonder whether he's unbeaten and they might have. It has a little bit of a not quite fit enough look about it. He still showed the pace to get up and get involved and control, get into a controlling position. So he did all that right. He just, once it really got hard work, he just sort of tapped out, skied the towel. He sort of posted a good number, but I think the standard went up a notch as we approached the mountain, and it was all a bit too much. It's probably it almost felt like shades of Giga Kick turning up to the valley, thinking it was hey, I'm right up to this, and I'll knock you guys off it, without being absolutely on my A game here. And then Imperatrice just snotted him right between the eyes, and he didn't know what hit him. And there might have been a little bit of that going on Saturday as well. So talk about horses going to Brisbane. He pulled stumps early after the Galaxy, so he's off a slightly longer break, and maybe he was just lacking for not having run in a TJ Smith or in Brisbane against better sprinters and having sort of been battle hardened a little bit.
So I wouldn't give up on Private Harry just yet. You give him one more chance.
No, I'd be pretty keen if I was them. I'd be keen to push it on and have a really good, hard prep into a premiere and try and get him racing. I think that would be my guess. If there is a better run in Harry, and it should be noted as well that he would have needed well clear of his prior peak just to get into the finish with the two here. So the standard went up above where he's been before, and he was well below where he's been before. I don't think he was bad enough to say that he won't get back to his peak, but he's got to get back to his peak and then some. And I think if you're going to find that, you're going to have to try something different, and that's probably going to be, let's get him hard fit and hard racing and see if we can't sort of toughen him up a little bit. Can
Pride of Jenny beat Treasure of the Moment first up in a Fiend Stakes? And we can't forget about Tom Kitten.
We can't forget about Tom. This is part one of your massive weekend, Gareth.
Yes.
Pride of Jenny all up the Lions. You'll be
imagine that.
A very happy man or kicking the cat Saturday night.
I can't believe Snoop Dogg has given up an opportunity to come and watch Pride of Jenny race. Like, he went to the Olympics and broadcast on the equestrian. Like, please, Snoop.
I would.
What do you imagine if you saw Pride of Jenny? Yes.
They've been happy to flip and change and go for some abstract jockeys.
Yes.
Snoop would have been something else.
I don't know if he would breathe on her. She might pass the swab. But he would have loved Pride of Jenny. There's no doubt about that.
Well, who doesn't? And she does, she's exciting for the crowds. I have no idea what to expect from her on Friday night.
That's the best part about it, isn't it? The unknowns.
Yeah.
If she doesn't make your dote nose there on Thursday, I'll spew up.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. She will be. She's the ultimate dunno, and if there's a better one, it is Treasure of the Moment. Because obviously, after the little setback there, I think even Matt Laurie would probably say we're going to the races and we're hopeful rather than anything. You tick all the boxes at home and then go there and say, well, I don't know. So it might not turn out to be the greatest betting contest. I don't think too many tipsters will be out there and overly bullish about things, but it'll be one hell of a spectacle. It always is when she runs. Jenny's a dunno at the absolute best of times. So, she'll get to that moment, I suppose, around the school there where you think that wonderful moment where you go, I don't know which way this is going to go. She's either going to go collapsing back through the field here, or she's going to continue to reel away and pull off one of those spectacular feats that we've seen her pull off, 4, 5, 6 times now.
Do you reckon, this is a good question, V. Sistina, we've got Sam Fairgrave on in just a moment. If he asked you, would you start her in a Melbourne Cup, or would you say?
I really, really thought they should have, and they missed a great opportunity to do something spectacular last year, but I understand that there were reasons for that, and that the scanning and these sort of things are, there are reasons beyond just me wanting a good bit of theatre. But I would think now that's just completely off the table. Yep. I think last year it was there for her to do something special, and I sulked about it for 6 months, but I've moved on. Yeah, I've moved on.
Would Seppels be a better chance in a Toorak or a Golden Eagle?
He'd be a better chance. Probably a Toorak is going to be slightly easier to win, so I'll say that he's a better chance there. Although going to a mile, having shown that sort of speed at 1400, he went fast on Saturday. It was a terrific win. I know that Angel Capital was stiff behind him and stole some of the headlines, and fair enough. I mean, it was a well-backed favourite, and it was a straight-up train wreck. But, yeah, the winner was... even had Angel Capital got a clear run, I suspect he would have reeled him in and won the race, but it would have been it was going to take a big, big performance to do it, because Seppels, went out there and he blew the doors off him. So, he's at the forefront. I think pretty much Angel Capital's first up win actually rated a pound higher than it, but those two are now the best 2 4-year-old colts that we've got in the country. They've sort of jumped over Private Harry and Linebacker there. So, I suppose he's amongst the boys. Anyway, the fillies are sort of operating on a slightly different level, but amongst the boys, he's our best hope in the Golden Eagle, I suppose.
Take your pick, Tetris or Tempted?
Where is?
He's coming back, Dane Hill. He's flying from all reports. And Sam, I talked to Sam yesterday, Sam Freeman. I reckon, now I haven't got this confirmed, but this is my gut feel. You know, when you interview someone and you think, well, I know what you're thinking here. I reckon Yulong might pull the trigger with Tetris over Tempted if he does what they think he will do in a Dane Hill. Yeah, Godolphin, I should say. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be something.
It would be.
In my take your pick here, I'll take Tempted and I'll take the one that I've seen run 118 a week ago as opposed to one that might, because so few run that fast. So yeah, it would be it'd be a leap of faith, but I suppose they'll see him. Yes. So we will see him soon, and we'll see him before that sort of decision gets made.
You would love this. You would love this. I talked to Sam Freeman yesterday. He's using the Everest as a lead-up race to the Coolmore because this horse needs racing. So he'll go to the Dane Hill, go to Sydney, go into an Everest, and that'll top him off nicely for a Coolmore.
I do absolutely love that because, as you know, fast horses running fast. It's the best way to practice. If you want him to run fast in a Group 1 1200, then plonk him into a Group 1 1200 and let him run fast and he'll get better at it.
Yeah. We could talk all day. We'll do that next week. But looking forward to the Punters Preamble on the racingandsports.com's podcast platforms. The best voice, basically, in racing, Simon Dinopoulos. He'll be doing the show alongside you. So looking forward to it. Now, who wins the Golden Rose, by the way?
So Tempted will run there, surely.
Yes, she is. We confirmed that yesterday. Thanks for listening. Appreciate that.
Yeah. No, it's on my back catalogue. I like to I light a candle. I sit in a dim room and I listen to your week back to back. I listen to all 5 days on the run.
Now she is going
in a meditative state.
Kieran Maher said yesterday.
She's going. If she's going, she just has to stay the trip. I think I haven't seen anything beyond her yet. They've been again so sparingly raced. So little of them have we seen that she's come out and banged up a number that I think will win it if she can get it to 1400, and I think that she can.
And your Caulfield Melbourne Cup tip, there's a few text messages coming through right now.
Well, let's go with front of mine. Let's go with Maidan.
Yes.
He can be my Caulfield Cup tip. I think he's about as much chance of staying 2 miles as I am.
Yep.
But he's a good Caulfield Cup horse. He's probably the sort of Caulfield Cup horse that might even win a Caulfield Cup and then think about going to the champion instead of, he might be that sort of horse, that's a good sort of horse. Melbourne Cup tip for... It's no longer trendy to say Delius, is it? That's no longer cool. Well, I can, but I like to. You get to tip in a public forum, and the temptation is to go out and try and be really clever.
Yeah.
Nothing springing to mind ahead of him. He's got such a wonderful profile. So we'll say Delius, but ask me again next week, and I'll come up with something far more abstract and clever.
Is just the last one? Is Maidan better than West Wind Blows?
Yeah, that's a good comparison. It's a very good comparison, actually, even to the point that it's the same stable. Less of a record, but I reckon more talent on the clock, and he's also coming to the boil at exactly the right time. And maybe West Wind Blows is exactly the sighter that stable needed. So
yes,
he's probably somewhere in between West Wind Blows and Without a Fight.
If you're tipping,
it goes awfully close in a Caulfield Cup, doesn't it?
Yeah, mate. I wonder if you're tipping Maidan if Jay Spencer's booked to ride, but you never know.
Well, it'll be good podcast content if Jay Spencer's there to ride anyway.
Love your work. Thanks, Adam. Have a great week.
See you next week.
There's Adam Blenko from racingandsports.com. We'll take a break. Sam Fairgrave to join me next from Yulong.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
And Ash Morgan will ride him next start?
No, he won't.
Okay. So who rides?
Yulong will let us know today, mate. We're speaking with Yulong today, and we're going through the options today.
Okay. You feel for Ash Morgan then. He's done a mighty job on this galloper, and I guess that obviously you thought, or Yulong have thought that he's had one bad day at the office and then he's taken off straight away. Do they give you a reason why?
Mate, at the end of the day, we're on a big stage, and
yep.
It's a business at the end of the day,
yep.
and we need the job to get done, and the job wasn't done the way that we needed it to get done. And
so that was Sean Driver talking to me yesterday on Giddy Up regarding the decision to replace Ash Morgan as the rider of Private Harry. And now Sam Fairgrave, who is the COO of Yulong, joins us now. And I had a chat to Sam yesterday, and he just wanted to clear up the situation regarding the decision to replace Ash Morgan off Private Harry. And he joins us now. Sam, thanks very much for your time, mate.
Morning, Gareth. How are you?
So talk us through the discussion there on that Sunday there with the team at Corinda Bloodstock and obviously Nathan Doyle regarding the jockey situation with Private Harry.
Yeah, so basically we've kept out of the program of Private Harry and the processes of what they're going through. And on Sunday, Sean called and said that he and Nathan had been discussing the race and Private Harry, and they wanted to change rider. So we said if you'd like to do that, I mean we've been staying out of it, but it's your decision. And then they asked us, put forward some, writing suggestions. So that's exactly how it's played out.
So basically, if Nathan Doyle and Corinda said that we'll stick with Ash Morgan, you would have been happy with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we've let them make all the decisions, and we're happy with that. And obviously it didn't go to expectations on Saturday, but you take it on the chin and you move forward. So. And
Tim Clark now picks up the ride.
That's right. Tim's aboard. He should suit the horse. We full steam ahead to the Premier.
Is it a situation with Yulong? I guess that you've invested a lot of money into Private Harry as a stallion prospect. So do you have much of a say regarding his race programming from now on and whether you want to push on to the Everest, say if he's disappointing in a Premier Stakes? How does that all work, or is it just completely up to Nathan Doyle and Corinda to make those decisions, and whatever decisions they make you'll be happy with?
They're aware of where Private Harry's going to end up in the stallion barn one day. So they're smart and they understand that they do the best thing for the horse. So when he was purchased, he was with the aim of obviously running on the Yulong slot, which is still the aim. And we head to the Premier, and it's interesting. He had probably his first proper break, from the Galaxy, leading into the spring. So, as we know with colts, they can need a bit more work as they get older. They get more mature and more testosterone, and we're hoping that he's had this run and taking the edge off him. Of course, we saw Sepples. He was a late scratching. He was a bit fresh in the gates and played up, and Private Harry was a bit the same on Saturday. He was leaning on the side of the gate a bit and just missed it and knuckled fractionally, sort of thing. But that's racing, and we move forward to the Premier.
So Angel Capital was unlucky in the Sir Rupert Clarke Stakes. Chris Waller's indicated that they want to go to an Everest. Well, he would love to go to an Everest with Angel Capital. With Yulong's slot there, you've got Private Harry. Do you pull the trigger early doors and try and get a slot with Angel Capital, or do you wait to see how Private Harry goes in a Premier Stakes?
I think we get Angel Capital in there. Is the key with that. So he's obviously an informed horse. Chris was very keen to go there. So we took his advice, and that's where we'll be aiming if we can get him in on a slot.
And you should be able to get him in. I would imagine there's a few slot holders still looking for a horse, and he's probably number one on their list, I would imagine.
Definitely. As I said, he's in form. The style of race that the Everest will be, there'll be plenty of speed on. He can relax, and he'll be steaming home in an Everest. Yeah,
it'll be exciting to see what he can do actually in an Everest, dropping back to the 1,200 metres, and he's one of those horses that's definitely got the X factor heading into the spring. Sam.
Definitely. Yeah, he's an exciting horse.
Are you looking forward to seeing what Treasure of the Moment can do on Friday night? How is she tracking before a much anticipated 4-horse race in that Feehan Stakes?
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be exciting to get her back to the track. She's all signs are that she's really well. She's worked well yesterday in preparation for Friday night. So she had a little hiccup, but Matt's really happy with her. So Friday night it'll be a great night, good race.
And we'll learn a lot, I would imagine, after that race there in the Feehan Stakes, which way she goes after that. But obviously, I think the Cox Plate is firmly still in her sights.
Definitely. So she'd have, all going well, she'll have the run Friday night, then one more run leading into the Cox Plate. Yeah,
great to see Via Sistina at the Valley there yesterday.
Yeah, so she went for a little, look around there again and did everything right, and James and Chris were happy with her. So, she's on track for the Turnbull.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great race, the Turnbull. Then she'll go to the Cox Plate. A few text messages coming through. Is there any chance, it might be 100 to 1, Sam, you would think about starting Via Sistina in a Melbourne Cup?
I think probably not. I mean, there was consideration, given it to it last year, but it also, was, then discussions with Chris, and he, felt it probably wasn't the right way to go for her. And, she came back in the autumn and, swept it all before her again. So, it was the right decision. Melbourne Cup, it's a tough race, and, it may have, made her Autumn Carnival different.
Yeah. Is Hong Kong still on the agenda for any of your horses, like even a Via Sistina or a Treasure of the Moment?
Yes, definitely. Well, obviously the Cox Plate is the grand final for both of them at this stage. But then once we get to that, if all indications say that we could push on, it's a definite possibility that we could get one of them to Hong Kong in December.
Yep. Hidden Achievement. Where's Hidden Achievement at the moment?
So he pulled up with a temperature after his last start. So he's just gone out for a little freshen up.
Okay.
And then we'll assess where we head with him. But he's having a little break because of a slight temperature.
Yep. Trinity College. What race will you set him for this spring, or do we see him in the autumn? Obviously, he's a former Coolmore horse now with Chris Waller.
So we're going to just set him for the autumn.
Yeah.
Give him a break. He's here and settled in, so we give him a break, and then we just head into the autumn with him and target some nice Group 1 races.
And see you in heaven. There's a few text messages coming through. Is she retired now after what happened there on Saturday, or do you push on?
Yeah, she's retired.
Yep.
So she's she's back to the farm, and we'll prepare her to go to Alabama Express or Written Tycoon. We still sort of haven't decided on which one as yet. So.
We saw some great pictures out of your farm there with Imperatrice, mate. It must be an exciting time of the year to see all these wonderful mares give birth to their progeny. And obviously Imperatrice, she captured the imagination of a lot of racing fans throughout her great career.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. There's some, our lovely mares have had their first foals, and Imperatriz is a great mum to her little filly, and we've had Jewess's foaled and Proess, and so there's a lot of really nice mares there, and we're just very fortunate to have them on the farm, and it's great to see their new careers as mums.
And with your stallions, his Written Tycoon just continues to produce a good horse nearly every week these days. But we had the 2-year-old trials recently right across the country. Sydney had their first 2-year-old trials yesterday. It must be exciting times for the farms just to see how their progeny with your stallions are going to step out this season.
Definitely, with the early season 2-year-olds, horses that you've sold as yearlings and reared, taking them through, and then there's the ones that you've purchased that they're making their way through. So, obviously, if 2-year-olds they can be very delicate, but it's an exciting time of year, and can't wait for the 2-year-old racing to start.
Well, Sam, thanks very much for your time, mate. Appreciate you clearing that up with us, and you're great with your time as always, and we wish you the best of luck this weekend. It's another big day. You could win a Golden Rose. You got Vinrock back at the races as well, and treasure the moment. You're lucky you get to look forward to something nearly every weekend these days.
Yeah, it is. It's great. It's exciting. You roll from week to week, and there's always something new. But as we know in racing, last weekend we saw with Angel Capital unlucky, but that's racing, and that's why we love the sport. So
100%, mate. We appreciate your time as always. Thanks for that, Sam.
Okay, thank you.
There's Sam Fairgrave, and they do a great job, Yulong, being open with what's happening with their racing team, especially, and. Sam just wanted to clear up the decision regarding, from their point of view anyway, Yulong, regarding the decision to replace Ash Morgan off Private Harry there for the rest of the preparation. So I think it's a full stop to that story now, and Timmy Clark gets an opportunity to ride Private Harry in a Premier Stakes. It's 9:34. Let's take the news, and we'll come back with the Midweek Masterclass next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Anthony Albanese has addressed the UN General Assembly in New York at a conference on a two-state solution in Gaza. Donald Trump has made a major health announcement regarding autism, linking the use of painkiller Tylenol to an increased risk in the condition. Experts say the link is unproven. Disney has buckled under the pressure and reinstated talk show Jimmy Kimmel Live after initially shelving the show over the host's comments regarding the death of Charlie Kirk. And pop star Harry Styles has run the Berlin Marathon. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Thanks to Unibet. Gamble responsibly. In the NFL, last game of Week 3 is coming up soon. Baltimore and Detroit to meet. Both sides with a 1-win, 1-loss record so far. And Matt Rowell is nursing a sore head from celebrating his Brownlow medal win last night. The Gold Coast Sun taking out the award with 39 votes. Collingwood's Nick Dacos, runner-up for a second year running.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's now time for the Midweek Masterclass.
Let's try and find you some winners on a Wednesday afternoon right across the country. Warwick Farm, Sandown on the Hillside Track, Eagle Farm, Belmont and Balaclava are the venues that we're looking at. We're on a good 4, the Rails and the True at Warwick Farm. Only the 6 races. As I say hello to you, Mark Roden.
Yeah, hello, Gareth. Bit light on for numbers again tomorrow, but we'll hopefully be able to find 1 or 2 winners.
You would think that they would have stronger fields or bigger fields or more races anyway at this time of the year in the middle of the carnival.
Yeah, usually those are usually Saturday horses filter down to it. I wonder whether they had the Newcastle Carnival over the weekend. That's probably thinned it out a bit, and there's plenty to come. So, yeah, I'm surprised myself too. All
right, then where do we start with your plays there Wednesday afternoon?
Going to start in race 2, a 3-year-old benchmark 68. Number 6, Napoleonic's favourite. Big winning chance with J-Mac on, obviously, but I'm going a little bit wider and found number 9, Rivendell. Peter Snowden trained. Had 1 start last month at Wyong. Now it's on a heavy 9. A few of these are going wet to dry, which is a little query, but we'll just have to put up with that. She came from off the pace in a small field there and won quite nicely, beating a horse called Artistic Venture, who came out and ran second. Well, won its next start at Kembla and then ran second in the T-Rose on Saturday. So I just really like the look of that form line, especially with the price differential between Rivendell and some of the shorter ones in the market.
All right, then. What else are we doing?
Race 3. This is a stock standard 2,100 metre 72.
Yeah.
But I am of the view that almost all of these stuck in this grade forever, with the exception of maybe number 5, Mama Joy. Had her first run at the trip at Gosford last start and absolutely bolted in, was well back that day too. I think it's the one on the up. O'Shea and both John O'Shea and Dylan Gibbons have tremendous strike rates of late, so happy to be with them. I'm just, she's about the same price as a horse like Theo Prospero, and my God, we know him. He's had 1 million starts. I think Mama Joy is the one on the up. I think the price at the moment is more than fair. I think it should start less than $3, so I'd be betting early.
Beautiful. We'll get on straight away. Mama Joy there. Race 3, number 5. Anything else, mate? Or is it just those 2?
Not really. Delicious won well. It's the favourite in race 5. I was hoping for something close to $3 and they put it up $2, so I'll just have to wait and see there. But it's not a bad standard meeting, but just, light on for a number of races, really.
Good on you, mate. We appreciate your time as always. Thanks, Mark.
No worries at all, Gareth.
There's Mark Roden there. Eagle Farm tomorrow. We're on a soft 5, rails out 6.5 metres the entire circuit. And thanks to Racing Queensland, it's time to catch up with Chris Nelson on this Tuesday morning. And he's ready to go now. G'day, Chris.
Good morning, Gareth. How you going?
Good, thank you, mate. What do you make of Eagle Farm tomorrow?
It actually does look a pretty tough meeting at Eagle Farm tomorrow. We've got 8 there and the weather will be perfect. It's lovely and warm up here at the moment, so no issues with the track. But as I said, it looks a tough day. Maybe we can update in the morning. But at the moment, I'm looking at a couple. Race 2, horse number 4, Second Sun. Now, this race features ready for the trip number 3, who's been pretty good to us. So he's won his past 3 starts, but I just wonder why the gap between runs, and he is dropping back from Saturday grade to a midweeker. So a little bit of an alarm bell there, and it might be a little short in the market when they come out. So I'm going to go with the 4, who was quite good first up at Doomben, ran on well there behind Slip and Jimmy, and then went to Doomben again second time around and got caught up in a race which turned into a sprint home, and that didn't suit him whatsoever. So I think we forgive that run. He'll be further suited by the step up in distance. And I think importantly, they'll go forward here. And it doesn't look to be a lot of speed, if not, well, really any leader on the map. So I think they'll go forward. They've done it before with this horse and he's raced well. So race 2, number 4, Second Sun each way. And the last race number 8, horse number 8, Disney Castle. A lot of people out there like race 8, number 8. Disney Castle is the one. Again, good first up, 4th at Eagle Farm behind Gospel Girl, only beaten just under 2 lengths. Second up run, Forgivable. Again, sprint home didn't suit. Was nominated and accepted for a couple of races over the weekend, one in Sydney and one in Brisbane. Didn't run in either. They're going to run here instead, while the trains Jace McMurray will ride with the claim. So each way, race 8, number 8, Disney Castle.
Oh, I like your confidence. Well, obviously, it's going to be a tough meeting, but I'm half confident. I'm backing you in, Chris. So, interesting chat with Robbie Heathcote today. He was full of praise of Daniel Moore. He's arrived in town, and then you got Rory Hutchings, and so there's been some pretty handy additions to the jockey ranks there in Queensland.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We had Daniel Moore on the Punters Mate, Sammy and I, on Friday last week, and really nice guy. He says he's not here to upset anyone. He just wants to earn his stripes and see how it all goes over the next couple of months or so. But he has started with a bit of a bang, so that's great for Daniel. And Rory, of course, is a Group 1 winning jockey also. Daniel Moore's ridden 4 Group 1 winners. I think 3 of them, as we spoke to him about, were during COVID, would you believe?
Yes.
So there wasn't much of an atmosphere, the poor fella.
D. Moore saying he doesn't want to upset anyone. He'll be hungry to get rides. Don't worry about that. He might not mean it, but he will be upsetting someone when someone new comes into the jungle.
What he says and what he does will be two different things.
Yes. All right, Chris, we'll catch up with you tomorrow, mate.
Thanks, Gareth. Cheers.
There's Chris Nelson. Thanks to Racing Queensland. Mitchie Lewis to join me next for the Midweek Masterclass. This is Giddy Up, all thanks to Bet365.
release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is the midweek masterclass. We look at the metro meetings around the country and the gallops there on a Wednesday afternoon. We're at Sandown on the Hillside track in Melbourne, and Balaclava is the Wednesday afternoon meeting in South Australia. Conditions there on the Hillside track, soft 5 rails in the true, but perfect conditions today and tomorrow. Mitchie Lewis joins us now. Hello to you, Mitchie, from Betsy.
Morning, G. How are you this morning?
Good, thanks, mate. It's a pretty even card there at Sandown. It's basically, for most of the races, $5 to $4 the field.
Yeah, that's exactly how I'd put it. I like to come on here and try and shop a little bit of early markets, but I think a lot of them are around the right price. So if we're getting it right tomorrow, I think you'll be doing well.
Yeah, where do we start with your place?
Race 3, horse number 1. So markets swiftly come for him. They put him up at a big price, Marshall Music, and now he's come into favourite. Look, he's just down in class slightly in the 66. Mm-hmm. He was in the 66 last time, but his form previous was in stronger races. Just behind Trapeze Warrior last time. It was a pretty good run. Trapeze Warrior was well supported in that race, and I don't think this is too much harder. So Marshall Music, I'm expecting to go one better. Look, I sort of thought his main dangers, there's some good horses in here, just like Gabby and Exuberance, but I think they'll be better for the run. And I just think while he's up and going and he's a 1,000-metre specialist, he gets his chance. But I did the form last night and he was a little bit more in the market. He was around 7s, I think, and yeah, they've come for him again. So I think that'll continue to be the pattern.
So that's race 3, number 1, Marshall Music. What else have you got for us?
And then race 7's the other one I'm keen to look at early. Horse number 10, Observer. We saw this horse win impressively at Sandown over the 1,400 metres last prep. Go to a stronger race, well supported, but he had some genuine excuses there. So he's fresh here. New stable, obviously. Look, I just think in this race, the race map suits. I think the only other horse that's got a bit of early speed is Regal Might. So I think first up, Observer gets the right run even from that wider barrier. Mark Zara on. I just think he can progress through his grades now, and given his soft race pattern, I think he's at a good price.
Beautiful. Anything else?
No, they're the two I'm keen to play at for now, G. We'll go through a few better bets tomorrow, but I think they're the ones that are just over their price value at the minute.
That's Kieran Maher's Derby horse, Observer. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I think he gets the right race map, 1,300 metres first start to make every go of it.
Godolphin have got a couple of really nice chances for this year's Derby. The McAvoy runner that was pretty good there at Flemington in the Derby trial. It was a 3-way go in that race there on Sunday. Options was close up behind Order Mystery and Engine of War. So they'll play a major part in the Great VRC Derby in November. I think it's in November, or is it the end of October, the Derby this year? Obviously, the Cup's in the first Tuesday of November. I'll chase that up anyway. It's irrelevant at the end of the day, but they've got 2 strong chances in the Derby. What about a Balaclava, mate?
Yeah, obviously no prices, G. So, look, I'm hopeful for a bit of value. 2 horses I like. I think we'll get one at value. Race 2, number 12, So Polite. This horse was well supported first up. 1,200 metres, she just got run over the top of him, what I thought was a pretty handy race. Back to the 1,050, I think suits better. I'm thinking they could put up the Jolly Debutante Common Interest as favourite, so hopefully there's value in the exposed form of our horse, So Polite. And then it might be wishful thinking in race 3G, but horse number 13, Oakley Miss, she'll be very hard to beat, I think. I think she was a little bit fresh there, or needed the run first up here at Balaclava over the 1,400 metres. She ran second to Kalamata, who was up and going in good form. She hit the line nicely. I think second up suits her better. She went around at sort of black type level in her first prep. This is a midweek maiden. Anything with a 2 I think will be a good price, but I could be being hopeful.
All right, then we'll be watching the Bet365 markets closely when they drop a little later on in the day. Love your work, Mitchie. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, mate. Keep up that good work.
Yep, thanks, mate. So you have a good day. Good luck listening.
We'll see you in the studio on Thursday. He's going to come to the races as well on Friday night, Mitchy Lewis from Betsy. So looking forward to seeing him in Melbourne a little later on, part of the Giddy Up family. We'll take a break and then we'll wrap up this hour here on Giddy Up. Straight after the 10 o'clock news, it's the Bet365 Country Racing Hour. Looking forward to catching up with Rory Hunter and also Charlie Casser after their big days there at Flemington on Sunday. Jason Thompson will also join us, and Paul Cochran from Harness Racing New South Wales will have a chat to us as well.
release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
0499 736 736 to join the conversation. Why are you doing Wednesday races when we only have Tuesday's form for Moe races? That's from Quinny from Oakley. Well, if you stay after 11 o'clock, Quinny, you will have the form for Oakley. Gee, thanks for clearing that up, but that's absolutely disgraceful from Corinda Bloodstock. Both Sean Driver and Nathan Doyle publicly blamed and shamed Ash Morgan across your show. Oh, well, I didn't have a chat to Nathan Doyle yesterday. And I think Sean Driver was just explaining they had a chat to you long, but at least it's cleared up now. And obviously Ash Morgan has full control along with Sean Driver and who they put on that horse. So it's a situation that happens all the time in racing. They would have been in a tough situation, Ash Morgan, especially with his association. I mean, Nathan Doyle, especially with his association with Ash Morgan. We'll have more of that after this.
Powered by Signet. Good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Australia's Therapeutic Goods Administration says paracetamol is still safe to use while pregnant. It's after controversial claims from US President Trump and his health secretary of an increased risk of autism using painkiller Tylenol for pregnant women. On 9, AMA President Dr. Danielle McMullen responding to the claims.
Weight of evidence certainly says that there's no study that shows that paracetamol causes autism. There are some studies that show what we call an association between paracetamol use in pregnancy and autism, but there are other studies that don't show that association.
Meantime, a face-to-face meeting with Donald Trump continues to elude Anthony Albanese. The PM is not part of the US president's itinerary at the UN meeting in New York. It's as the Prime Minister spoke to the UN General Assembly, recognising Palestine and encouraging peace in the Middle East. Staying in the States less than a week after Disney shelved late-night talk show Jimmy Kimmel Live, it's set to return from tomorrow. It was taken off air over the host's comments regarding the death of political activist Charlie Kirk. It's believed Jimmy Kimmel will address the matter on the show. Optus could face a loss of its carrier license as the federal government vows to hold the telco accountable for last week's 000 outage. And flights in and out of Hong Kong have been suspended as a major typhoon looms. Qantas is contacting customers who have been affected by cancellations. Coming up, SEN Sport. Geelong's Graham Myers is gearing up for his third grand final appearance when the Cats face the Lions on Saturday, telling SEN having fronted up twice before certainly helps settle pre-game jitters.
It does feel it's a different day for me as it was in the past, where I just had to kind of focus more on myself. It kind of eases the pain a bit of and the nerves of when you can focus on other people as well. So it is different, but it's also very exciting.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you on this Tuesday morning. It's a busy hour coming your way with the Bet365 Country Racing Hour. Rory Hunter will join us. What a day he had at Flemington, along with Charlie Casser as well, with both those trainers training their first winner at that famous venue there at Flemington. We'll also looking forward to catching up with Jason Thompson. His dog Explicit was announced the Greyhound of the Year in Victoria there on Saturday night. Paul Cochrane from Harness Racing New South Wales will discuss their exciting new Country Cup circuit. So looking forward to catching up with Paul. And then Cameron Symes from Benalla will have a chat to us, the GM there at Benalla. They've got their Cup Day on Friday. Just going back, a lot of text messages coming through about the situation with Private Harry's jockey in Ash Morgan. Sam Fairgrave cleared it up, saying that they had it wasn't their decision to replace the jockey. So there might have been a little bit of confusion regarding who made that decision. But at the end of the day, they've got to make that decision who they think is in the best interest of that horse. And it's their horse at the end of the day. They can do what they want. But yeah, there's always a little bit of drama and theatre when it comes to these big horses and a jockey change like that and that Private Harry story. There's always a little bit of theatre around that galloper. So I wish the team the best of luck heading towards the Premier. And Nathan Dawes a good young trainer and he deserves to have a good horse in his stable, and I wish him the best of luck going forward, because I think it's good for the game if Private Harry performs well now for the rest of the spring. And Timmy Clark's a world-class jock. He'll suit that horse. We know how good he is out in front, Timmy Clark, so we wish Timmy the best of luck aboard Private Harry as well. It's 5 minutes past 10. Let's get stuck into this Bet365 Country Racing Hour, and we'll kick it all off with Rory Hunter after Autumn Mystery did this in the Derby trial at Flemington on Sunday afternoon.
Jutsu runs towards the outside. Here's Options, nearly got turned sideways, but it's gone up to take the lead. Engine of War, and now Autumn Mystery right up the outside fence. Autumn Mystery at the 100 up to Options and Engine of War. It's a three-way go. Engine of War, Autumn Mystery, they go to the line. Photo finish, Autumn Mystery, Engine of War prominent.
Yes, on the outside, Autumn Mystery broke his maiden status to take out the Victorian Derby trial. That was his 8th start for his first victory. And he's the son of the Autumn Sun. And he's been a good horse since he started off his career without winning one. But it was great to see Rory Hunter, based at Mornington, getting the job done with his galloper Autumn Mystery. And he joins us now. Congratulations, Rory. Has it sunk in yet?
Thanks a lot, Gareth. Yeah, look, it certainly has. It's just such a great result for the team. We only got a smaller team in work. So to get a result like that is fantastic.
How many horses are you working at the moment?
Sort of got 9 at the moment, but hoping to sort of grow that in the next 12 months. I've got capacity to sort of have 20 horses in work if I want. But at the same token, we sort of like to individualise each horse and try and get the best out of them for our owners.
Yeah, he's been a special horse, Autumn Mystery.
He really has. We've sort of loved him since day one.
Yeah.
Just at the yearling sales there, he's just such a lovely type of horse. And look, for me, I thought he was probably going to go out of my budget and what the owners had to spend. But luckily enough, he was on the last day of the sale, the last sort of 10 lots to go through, and most of the trainers had gone home by then. So he sort of fell into our hands.
How much did he cost you?
The owners only paid $15,000 for him, so he's been a bargain buy for him, that's for sure.
Especially being by the Autumn Sun, he's just having a wonderful time of it at the moment. Of course, Autumn Glow is his star attraction, but he's producing many a good horse every week. You see an Autumn Sun stepping up to the plate, and I find your horse a fascinating galloper because you took him to a Blue Diamond at Group 1 level and he was 9th, and he was a good run behind Devil Knight, and Tetris was 2nd that year. He's been for a break since, and then you've slightly, every start, you stepped him up in trip. So do you think he can get a Derby trip?
Look, all the roads are sort of leading to that way. When we brought him, we sort of, like on his pedigree, he looked like he was going to be, from anywhere to a mile to 2,000 metres. But he showed us a lot from day one, and he sort of just really progressed along the way. The further he's stepped out and trooped, the better he's going to become, I thought. So, and I think, look, he's still 6 months away from being at his absolute best. So I think that's the most exciting thing about him.
Yeah, so what do you do with him now to get to the Derby, mate?
So he'll go to the old Norman Robertson Stakes, Caulfield Classic, in 3.5 weeks. He's pulled up really well from the run, but he'll next couple of days he'll go out to Bo Mertens' place actually, and do some dressage and eventing work there with his wife Hayley. It's something we sort of do with him in between runs, just to sort of change his mindset up and get him thinking. And then he might just have a little tick over trial in the week leading up to that as well. So, but no, really happy with him at the moment.
It's bloody exciting, mate. So just explain the feeling there, training a winner at headquarters.
Oh, yeah, and especially with being my first city winner, that's what made it the most exciting part about it. And, we're a little family-run stable where my mum's my racing manager and my brother's my foreman and my dad's a sort of jack of all trades. We can throw him wherever he needs him, and my wife Paula as well. And, of course, fantastic owners, Nick and Denise Thompson. They've sort of supported me since day one when I first got my licence. They got me on the first racehorse and got me going. So, I can't thank them enough as well.
It was great to see your mum after that race. It was a terrific interview there on racing.com by Kate Watts. But just the emotion with everybody involved, that there's a lot of pressure, I would imagine, in this game, especially when you're trying to kick it all off into this training caper. But to get a good horse like this can really kickstart your career in a way.
Yeah, we can only hope so. But yeah, we also wear our heart in our sleeve, and my mum's been there, for me since day one, and she helps keep the operation together a lot of the time. So, I like her and my dad and my brother, and like my wife as well. So, it's just like I say, a really family-run team, and we try to sort of keep it that way, it's really exciting and good buzz to have around the stables, and we've got good staff around us, so it's exciting times ahead, that's for sure.
So when you first started off training in your own right, what did inspire you to take that leap and have a crack by yourself?
Look, I've sort of been born and bred into the industry. My dad was a trainer as well, and got a jockey, now turned trainer, Mitchell Pateman, that trains in WA. My cousin as well, so and runs through both sides of my family. So at some stage I always wanted to have a crack at it. Like every kid growing up, I wanted to be a jockey, but unfortunately got too tall for that. So I thought training was the next option, and luckily enough, I've had the right support around me to be able to take the next step.
And Mitch Pateman, he's one of the great characters. Obviously, he was a very talented rider back in the day. Hasn't he kicked some goals as well in WA since he started off his trading career? And I love Mitchie. I'm a big fan, but he has actually surprised me with the success that he's been able to have in a short amount of time there in Western Australia. There was no doubting his ability with a horse, but he's really matured, hasn't he? And he's taken that next step.
Yeah, he has. I think he was sort of always someone that wanted to go training at some stage. I think, weight was always going to be an issue for him. So I think he sort of self-prepared him for that later on in his life. But he's done really well since he's taken the next steps into being a trainer. And he's got a lot of nice horses in his stable as well. So hopefully we can convince him to come over here one day. You never know. Might look at a training partnership.
So what relation?
Family.
Yeah, 100%. So what relationship are you to Paul Hunter then?
So Paul's my uncle.
Oh, there you go.
My dad's cousin. Yeah. So we've got a really strong blood trying to there. Like Paul was actually quite a successful jockey himself when he was an apprentice, but he got too tall as well. So, like my dad, he had a horse in second in the William Reid Stakes to Redelva, I think it was back in 1990. So, He's had success at the top level as well. So, I've taken a lot out of my dad along the way, and hopefully I can put that into my horses as well.
Yeah, 100%. You come from a terrific racing family. And I know there's a lot of people in Albany that listen to Giddy Up, Gupta Nelson and the team there with your Uncle Paul. So they will be proud to see you do what you're doing at the moment, mate. And it'd be great. I think racing needs stories like yours, especially going towards a derby. Yeah. And if you can pull it off and mix it with the big guns with Autumn Mystery, you can flash down the outside and win that classic at Flemington on the opening day of the carnival. It'll be some story. And I love the way that Blake Shin spoke after the race as well. Obviously, he rides for the biggest stables and the biggest owners in the game, but he mentioned how much of a thrill he gets to ride a horse for someone like you that's just kicking off their training career, and how much it means to a trainer like you to have a winner at Flemington like that.
Yeah, sure. We're lucky enough to get Blake Shin on board for this run. There's no one better in the game than Blake. He proved it with his fight for the premiership with Craig Williams last year. So, I think he's just a brilliant horseman too, I think, Blake. So, it was great to have him jump on the weekend. And, to see the horse, finally put it all together. And I think, like I said, he's still pretty mature. So, the next 6-12 months is that's when we're really going to see the best of him. But, hopefully we can be there on grand final day and give it a big shake.
What do you make of Unriddled? Can he improve today?
Look, I think so, Gareth. He's probably drawn a little bit sticky there. There's a favourite in there of Anthony Sam Freeman, but he's on his second run back. At the end of his preparation, he actually pulled up quite crook. He had a bit of colic 2 runs back, so it's sort of taken us a while to get him back to the races. And he's sort of been a bit frustrating. He shows a lot of ability on the track at home. So hopefully we can knock off his maiden sooner or later.
I might have $1 each one Tactful as well at $126 at Sandown tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he'd be a nice little place bet. He's just kicking off his preparation tomorrow. We're sort of going to be aiming him at sort of either a Moe or a Tyrrell Cup later on in the year. So hopefully he can sort of put his best preparation forward. He looks an absolute sort of treat heading into the races. So, he should run a nice race. But look, there's going to be plenty of improvement to come with him later in the preparation.
First of many city winners coming your way, mate. Well done with Autumn Mystery there at Flemington on Saturday. Bring on the derby as well. Enjoy the ride, and thanks for joining us on Giddy Up on this Tuesday.
No worries. Thank you very much for having us on, Gareth.
He's a good man, Rory Hunter, and well done. What a great story it will be heading towards the derby, and hopefully you can get there with Autumn Mystery flashing down the outside to defeat a pretty handy field in that derby trial there on Sunday. Time for a break. Charlie Castle was the other star there on Sunday at Flemington. He's trained winners at other metro tracks at Melbourne, but on Sunday it was his first winner there at Flemington, so we'll catch up with Charlie next.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Havens angling for runs behind those horses, followed by Per Sempre and Nuries. It's Michaela just in front with Cavallo Ramponde. Jenny Any Dots don't like sunsetting. Per Sempre still coming on, then Moonhaven. It's Michaela 100 to go. Per Sempre's going with it. Per Sempre just in front and one. Per Sempre from either Michaela or Sunsetting, who got...
So what a performance there by Charlie Cass's galloper that tasted success there at Flemington. Per Sempre down the straight with Brad Barilla aboard on Sunday afternoon. And Charlie Cassa joins me because I love that interview as well on racing.com straight after the race with Katie Watts, because the emotion was coming through there with Charlie after his first Flemington winner, and he's with us now. Charlie, well done. Congratulations.
G'day, Gareth. How you going?
How about that, mate, on Sunday?
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, there's something special about Flemington, isn't there?
There is, especially when we've won multiple races at all the other metros.
Yeah.
But Flemington has eluded us a little bit. We've probably only had 4 or 5 runners there, in fairness. But I grew up watching races at Flemington, so you always want to win one there. It is a special place.
Yeah, and she's done a mighty job, this daughter of Per and Cano.
Yeah, she's had a really good preparation.
Yeah.
We kicked her off the back of one soft trial. She ran 4th at Seymour. I think she's, every other start she's either won or probably should have.
Yeah. How many are you working at Kyneton these days, mate?
We've got stables on course there across from the track. We've got about 20 in there, and we've also got a farm that's about 10 minutes away from the track where I live. And, we usually have a few there just sort of getting kicked off and starting, but we're hoping to get that approved as a secondary training facility as well. It used to be our primary training facility, Gareth, and then we moved on course, but the stable was slowly growing, and we may need to have both going, which it suits some horses being able to get out into the paddock.
Well, it's a good spot to be, and then obviously the numbers are good and you're getting support and you deserve that, mate. But as you pointed out, a lot of the trainers these days, they've got a farm and trainers on a course. So as you pointed out, it does give you an opportunity to give the horse every possible chance with the different facilities that you can use.
That's right, Gareth. I mean, this mare, Per Sempre, I think that might have been her 10th start this preparation.
Yeah.
And we've been able to do that by sort of in between runs, just getting her out to the farm for the weekend and letting her have a weekend off and on grass or just doing very little and going on grass during the day. And it does help extend their preparations, I think.
What about the story behind Per Sempre?
Yeah, Per Sempre came across to me. She'd had one sort of a very basic trial over in NZ, and then came across to me by a breeder who asked me to get some of our owners involved. But when she came to us, she had some feet trouble. I think that she'd struck a lot of wet time in New Zealand. They were having quite a wet time, and she didn't have great walls. She still doesn't have great walls now, but we've been able to keep conventional shoes on, whereas last preparation we were in glue-ons, and, you'd send her out with 4 glue-ons and come back with 2 after every race, which made it hard,
Yeah, and it looks like once you get you got no horse really if you haven't got their feet right, so it looks like you're on top of that, mate. Yeah,
and look, the other day, I talked myself out of having a slightly more significant bet because I thought, good for, because of her feet. She was always going better on the softer ground, but I think now, we've got her at the point now. That was a beautiful service. It was a good for the start before that, and she was able to get the job done. So we might be turning the corner with her feet now.
Yeah. What do you do with her next?
There's a couple of options. There's Turnbull Stakes Day. They've got a benchmark 78 over 1200.
Yep.
As of last night, they hadn't put her rating up. I would imagine she'd be at the least 74. So we've got to get a run in that, Gareth. It's a 78 on Turnbull Stakes Day. Like, I only just got into the field despite being a 70 in a benchmark 70, I only just got in the field with that race we won. The night before, there's a 74 at the Valley for her, over 1,000. Though I think that given her pattern, you know, she can sort of get back a little bit. I'd probably rather be coming up the straight than trying to negate getting around Moonee Valley.
Yeah, so your rating hasn't been confirmed just yet, so she's still on 70. But, you'll get a few points there for that victory on Sunday. And you've got a few runners this week, mate. Any winners for us, Charlie?
Yeah, look, every horse that if they get a decent draw, we've got 4 going to the races over the weekend.
Yep.
And like I'd expect all of them to be each way chances.
Beautiful. So we'll be there Benalla Cup Day, Bet365 Benalla Cup Day. You might have a couple there.
I'm heading to Coleraine.
Okay.
But if she draws a reasonable gate, she's going to be hard to beat down there on the day.
Yep.
But, I've got Eskimo, if he can draw a gate at Geelong. He's a last start winner at Tatura.
Yep.
His gallop Saturday morning was very good. And I've got 3 going to Swan Hill on Sunday.
Okay.
That have all been working well.
All right, beautiful, mate. Well, great to see you get your first winner at Flemington, as you pointed out. You've had success at the other metro tracks, but terrific to see you win your first there at headquarters at Flemington. Well done with that mare. You've done a mighty job with her. Obviously, she's got a few issues, but you've been able to get the best out of her, mate, and we wish you the best of luck this week with the runners that you've got right across country Victoria.
Thanks, Gareth. Thanks for finding the time to have us on, mate.
He's a good man, Charlie Casser, and he's a good trainer, and he's been able to do a great job with that mare, Per Sempre, who won there nicely down the straight with Brad Wheeler. Good to see Brad have a winner at Flemington as well on Sunday. We'll take the news on the other side of it. Explicit, a star greyhound for Jason Thompson, was named the Greyhound of the Year in Victoria at their awards night on Saturday night, so we'll catch up with Jason Thompson next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Essendon's season from hell takes another twist with President David Barham stepping down. Australia's Therapeutic Goods Administration says paracetamol is still safe to use while pregnant after claims from Donald Trump of a link with autism. Anthony Albanese addresses the UN General Assembly at a conference on a 2-state solution in Gaza. Optus could face a loss of its carrier licence as the federal government vows to hold the telco accountable for last week's 000 outage. And flights in and out of Hong Kong have been suspended as a major typhoon bears down. Up next, SEN Sport. Geelong's Graham Myers is gearing up for his 3rd grand final appearance when the Cats face the Lions on Saturday, telling SEN having fronted up twice before certainly helps settle pre-game jitters.
It does feel it's a different day for me as it was in the past, where I just had to kind of focus more on myself. It kind of eases the pain a bit of and the nerves of when you can focus on other people as well. So it is different, but it's also very exciting.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Greyhound in Australia wins the world's sprinters race. He wins.
Dude, this is what we live for. It all comes to a racing halt tonight after that race. That will be his last start. I've got no doubt about that.
We retired him in
there was no plan whatsoever to.
So explicit. He was the winner of the Victorian Greyhound of the Year there last Saturday night, which was announced there at their awards night. He also was crowned the Victorian Sprinter. It was $1.01. He had 15 victories from 22 starts, and he won the two big dances when it comes to greyhound racing in Victoria. The Melbourne Cup, the holy grail of the sport of greyhound racing, and the race is quickly catching up to it. Some say it surpassed it, the Phoenix, when he was dazzling in that slot race there at the Meadows. His champion trainer, Jason Thompson, joins us now. Jason, congratulations. It was a well-deserved accolade for your superstar sprinter.
Yeah, how you going, Gareth? Yeah, no, it definitely was. Without being biased towards him, I think any dog that can win a Melbourne Cup and a Phoenix, obviously in the same year, it's a massive achievement and one that possibly may never happen again. Yeah. So it's amazing that he won one of them, let alone to do two of them, and that's to go along with all the other big races he contested, and he also won a Ballarat Cup and made a lot of other big Group 1 and feature race finals. So he had an amazing 12 months, and hopefully we can get a similar result again towards the end of this year. It'd be lovely. Yeah,
you put the binoculars down when it comes to this award once you take out a Melbourne Cup and a Phoenix. And I guess I remember talking to you a few times there, even after a Top Gun at the Meadows. He didn't have the best of luck, and you were indicating that he could be the best dog that you've ever trained. And he had a lot of pressure because of the raps that he had, and we knew his ability, but he had a lot of pressure going into that carnival last year, heading towards a Melbourne Cup and a Phoenix.
Yeah, he definitely did. He started the year with an absolute bang, and to win a Temlee, he'd only just turned 2-year-old, and he looked like obviously the world was at his feet. But these are animals, and you can't plan what's going to happen in a race and what box you're going to have to come out of. So he, whilst he'd won other feature races before the Melbourne Cup and the Phoenix, he was always going into these races as a favourite, normally a dominant favourite, and he missed out in a few of them along the way. So that always adds pressure. I feel it a bit because I don't think that. Obviously the dog doesn't, but there's high expectations with a dog like him, and up until the Melbourne Cup, he probably hadn't had the best of luck in some of them and hadn't delivered what he needed to. But to then do it when it counted in a Melbourne Cup and a Phoenix, I think shows the greatness of the dog. And albeit that those two races were at the end of a fairly hectic 12 months that the dog had. He really didn't miss any of the big races, and he'd done a lot of travelling leading up into the carnival at the end of the year. So to do it at the back end of the 12 months solid racing that he'd had, I think was as amazing an effort as what it was to actually win the races.
And then he was retired, then you brought him back, and he's had a bit of success since he's come back out of retirement. But can you compare him, and a year is a long, long time in greyhound racing. Do you think he can replicate what he did last year?
Well, I don't know, but I do know one thing. He's going every bit as good as what he was last year. And the only thing that we've taken out of the equation, which I think did affect him a little bit, was the travelling he did to Sydney and obviously to Brisbane for the Brisbane Carnival last year, that I think may have caught up with him a bit towards the end of last year, even though he won those two races. I do think whilst he's 12 months older, he's coming in, or potentially coming into these races, I think, in a better condition than other than going to Perth. And that was, some time ago now for the Sandgroper. Mm-hmm. He hasn't done any travelling. We've just kept him at home and specifically done that for a couple of reasons. Obviously, he's got stud duties as well that he has to fulfil with his racing, but it's more just to keep him somewhat fresh coming into your potentially Top Gun, Melbourne Cup, and then the Phoenix, because I think that'll hopefully pay dividends for us. going into these races at the back end of the year where most of the other dogs that are potentially going to compete in these races have done a lot of travelling for the last 12 months and he hasn't. So I'm hoping that is an advantage that he may have. As I said, he's certainly going no slower, and I think his form indicates that he's won his last 4 starts, all in free-for-alls at Sandown and the Meadows, and all in best time of the night. So he can't do any more than what he's doing, and we've just kept him ticking over, heading towards the carnival, which pretty much starts in 4 to 6 weeks, and hopefully we'll have him primed.
You're the Chris Waller of greyhound racing, so you've got Explicit, who's probably the Via Sistina of the greyhound world, but you've got a host of other superstars, and there might be, like greyhound racing, you can get an untapped dog that we might not know of that can go and smash the clock and be a contender for the bigger races coming up. Is there a dog that we don't know too much about that could stand up for your kennel towards the back end of the year?
Well, I've always liked, he's fairly young, dog we've got called Traumatised. He's not due until October, obviously next month, but he's had I think he's about 9 or 10 starts now, but
yeah,
I know he's as quick as any dog we've got here. He's just a terrific race dog. We've had a massive rap on him from when he first started, and I think he's the sort of dog that I know he wouldn't look out of place in any of the bigger races, Melbourne Cups, Phoenix, any of those sort of races. And I think I'm taking him to Adelaide Thursday night. He's actually racing just in a normal race as a lead up for the Adelaide Cup heats the following week, and we're taking Excavation over there for the match race series as well. But I think just a trip to Adelaide for him, being a young dog, put him through the Adelaide Cup series.
Mm-hmm.
Bring him home and then concentrate on, obviously Melbourne Cup, and who knows what may happen, whether he's a Phoenix contender. I'd like to think he is. But if he's not, he'll have races like the Silver Chief to contend with. But he's a very, very good dog. And we had a dog race that we've only just purchased some weeks ago, yesterday at Shepparton, called Fluffy Mason. And he won very, 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 very well yesterday, and I think he's got a big future too. He's only had, yesterday was his 5th start, but I'm expecting big things out of him, and hopefully he can head towards the bigger races towards the end of the year as well.
I can't find Fluffy in the Melbourne Cup market, but I found Traumatised with Bet365. I'm on already, Jason. We're getting $26 with Bet365, so... with your tick of approval, I've jumped on that bandwagon with Traumatised. So, hey, mate, well done with Explicit. He's such an exciting dog. I'm so happy that he's still racing, and what a life he's got. He can mix both worlds, basically, at stud and then go to the races. And they tell me he likes going to the races more than going to stud these days. So he's just enjoying life, and you can see that, and can't wait to see what he can do. As he tries and defends his Melbourne Cup and Phoenix titles.
Yeah, no, I think he's leads a similar life to you, life of a rock star. So
I'm gelded, don't worry about
that. Going so well.
Well done, mate. You deserve all the success. And, Traumatised. I am well and truly on his bandwagon now, so $26. I reckon that won't last long with Bet365. Thanks for that, mate.
No worries. Thanks, Gareth.
There's Jason Thompson, the champion trainer. It's 10:41. We'll take a break. Paul Cochran from Harness Racing New South Wales to join me next for the Bet365 Country Racing Hour.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
This is the Bet365 Country Racing Hour this Tuesday morning. Harness Racing New South Wales are home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. It was a massive success last year, and it looks like, looking at the promos, it's going to get bigger and better this time around. And Paul Cochran from Harness Racing New South Wales, who is the man behind all of this, joins us now. Paul, hello to you.
G'day, Giddy. How are you, mate?
Good, thanks, mate. Archie and Robbie Morris, along with Joshy Gallagher. That is the best promo that I've seen for quite some time in any racing code. It was sensational stuff. Well done with that.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. Look, we know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's tracked really well. And, you've got to think outside the square these days. Like racing doesn't enjoy the saturation eyeballs that the football codes and cricket enjoy. So we've got to think outside the square if we want to penetrate the walls of, I guess people's consciousness and be on people's radar. And, a perfect example of that, we put that out, and I think 10 hours later I saw on our Facebook page we'd had 15,000 views on that video. The media release that had all the details and all the key information had 7 interactions and 57 links on it. It clicks on the link. I mean, that shows how people are wired when it comes to, advertising and promotion these days. So, it's been a lot of fun. How good were Robbie and Archie? And
that was sensational. They were the stars of the show, and Archie's a beauty. So, it worked beautifully. You've changed up a little. Sorry.
Like, one of the things is, I said to the board when I took this job on is, unfortunately, we've got people in our sport who are the best in the world at what they do, but they can walk down Pitt Street Mall in Sydney anonymous, and that's not fair. And so let's give them the audience and turn them into the rock stars that we think they deserve. And, this is all part of that strategy. We need to elevate the profile of our people and let them be the heroes of our sport.
No, totally agree. And we might lose them to the sport if they continue to act like that. They might be off to Hollywood. But I like the way that you're going to the bigger tracks as well this time around, like Bathurst and Wagga, get an opportunity to host a country cup. Yeah,
I mean, and we've got, that means since we've changed up Carnival of Cups, that means 10 different venues will have had a go now. And, it might have looked like we were paring it back too much when we first, went down this new way of doing business a couple of years ago. But we've continued to, evolve it and grow it and give more people a go. And, everyone who turns up gets a little bit of something, whether it's bringing your kids along and giving them a free go on the jumping castle and get their face painted in a pony ride. Buy one of those twirly potato things on a stick, or see elite racing on the track, or watch one of your favourite bands, or some songs that you used to know and you haven't heard for a while, and and tap your toes. So there's a little bit of something for everyone at Carnival Cups, and I guarantee no one leaves disappointed.
No. Have you chose the artists that'll be performing at these cups?
Yeah, so Wagga, we try and appeal to give bands that we think everyone's going to know a few of the songs, and ideally in an hour they're going to know most of the songs that they perform. So Ian Moss's, Cold Chisel, Royalty, he's got some bangers as a solo artist as well. So we'll have Mossy and we'll have the Super Jesus, who I know you saw when in Albury earlier this year, and 1927. So there's two of those three are brand new acts that we've never used before. So they'll be in Wagga. We always put locals on the card and, give them a chance to be part of our big stage and production. On last week we announced that Alex Lloyd and Max Jackson, who's the current female country artist of the year, and she's from Newcastle, will be part of the lineup there. We've got a mystery band that we're going to reveal in a few weeks, who will headline Newcastle. They're a big act that we know people are going to know and love, and then we'll continue to roll these out. But I have done the full suite of bands that we're going to roll out at each of the 5 venues now, and it is elite. Yeah, it's top drawer stuff. I can't wait to reveal them because I think people are going to be really excited.
And you got the $1 million bonus as well, another breakdown. I think if you win 4, you get $500,000, 3, $250,000. So that's a terrific incentive for the best horses to try and rock up to these country cups as well.
Yeah, and on that, mate, Adam Hamlin's put a story out just this morning. Catch a Wave's committed to having a go at it, that's a Miracle Mile winner, elite horse, elite stable, great people who have said, at this stage of Catch a Wave's career, let's go after this one now and put a new notch on the CV. So, yeah, Catch a Wave is committed to turn up in Wagga. At the Eureka weekend there a couple of weeks ago, I was getting tapped on the shoulder by leading trainers, drivers, stables owners, wanting to know more about it because they're interested in it. And it is, the cream of the crop in Australian racing, and now having a look at this. So what a great opportunity for country racing audiences to be able to have some of the best horses in the world on their country tracks. So, great opportunity for everyone.
Well said, mate. Can't wait for it. You've done an extremely good job in marketing this, and the crowds are coming back to the trots, especially in the grassroots region. So, job well done. Bring it on. Can't wait for it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for your support, Gareth.
He's a good man. Paul Cochrane, Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty is meeting quality harness racing action. That's going to be a lot of fun throughout the Country Cup circuit this season in New South Wales. Tom Moore from Coolmore will join us next.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's 3 minutes to 11 o'clock. Tom Moore ready to go from Coolmore. He's not far away. We'll get Tom Moore on and we'll have a chat to him. Is he ready to go? We'll talk about those 2-year-olds by Home Affairs that jumped out in brilliant fashion there yesterday at Randwick on the Kensington track. So it was great to see Home Affairs kick off his stallion career with his progeny doing what they did there at the trials. I know there's a long way to go. There's trial form and there's race form, but the mail are about these Home Affairs that are pretty strong. So Tom Moore will join us probably after the 11 o'clock news now. And then we've got to try and find a few winners with Bag of Tips. Today's wagering update brought to you by Bet365. What are you really gambling with? It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Dave Streeler will join us from racing.com. We'll get an update there on that Maui track. We'll also catch up with Sam Hyland, Chrissy Nelson, Luke Ovanessian. Campbell Brown's working this afternoon. He's ready to go. He was looking absolutely sensational on the red carpet yesterday. See Brown, so he would have done his form before the Brownlow medal and he'll be ready to go to tip the card, I reckon. We'll have a field day anyway across the country. We'll hear from Darren Carroll as well. 0499 736 736 to join the conversation. Don't forget that dog that Jason Thompson tipped at a price in a Melbourne Cup. Traumatised. $26 you're getting with Bet365. I highly recommend you jump aboard. Gamble responsibly. 1-800-858-858. But Tom Moore from Coolmore will join me straight after the 11 o'clock news.
Powered by Signet. Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Australian health experts are reassuring that paracetamol is still the safest drug to treat pain and fever during pregnancy. It's after claims from the Trump administration of an apparent link between the drug and autism. Dr. Nick Coatsworth on 9 says in Australia, paracetamol is deemed safe to take in pregnancy.
There are some studies which show a small risk association and many studies that do not. So we need to keep this as an open question.
The Prime Minister has encouraged peace in the Middle East and recognised Palestine in a speech to the UN General Assembly. Australia has joined about 150 other countries to recognise the sovereignty of the occupied territory, but it's angered Israel and the US, with Anthony Albanese accused of rewarding terrorist group Hamas. Meantime, the PM can't take a trick when it comes to a face-to-face meeting with Donald Trump. The Prime Minister is not part of the US President's itinerary at the UN meeting in New York. Amid a drop in its stock price and cancelled subscriptions, Disney has buckled under the pressure and reinstated talk show Jimmy Kimmel Live. It's after initially shelving the show almost a week ago over the host's comments regarding the death of Charlie Kirk. And multiple charities have cut ties with Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, after it emerged she had described Jeffrey Epstein as a supreme friend. But there are claims the Duchess said that in a letter of apology to Epstein in 2011 to head off threats of legal action after she had linked him to pedophilia in an interview. Coming up, SEN Sport. Thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly. It's a tight match between the Ravens and Detroit in the last game of NFL's Week 3. At quarter time, scores were locked at 7 apiece. And Gold Coast Matt Rowell says it's very humbling to win the Brownlow, but now he wants nothing more than a premiership medal. The midfielder claimed the medal with 39 votes ahead of Pie star Nick Dacos.
release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Busy final hour coming your way. We've got, of course, Bag of Tips not far away. And we'll try and find you a few winners across the country today. Campbell Brown will be joining me for the first time for a long time on Giddy Up, so looking forward to that. But Tom Moore from Coolmore joins us now because Home Affairs, they jumped out like superstars there at the trials yesterday in Sydney. Good morning to you, Tom.
Yeah, good morning, Gareth. Thanks for having me.
I guess you want to see that, don't you, with the stallion that has his progeny stepping out at the trials for the first time?
Yeah, absolutely. This is always an exciting time for us with the progeny of our new stallions. But Home Affairs is a horse that we have a huge opinion of and such lofty expectations of when it comes to its first 2-year-old. So to see two of them line up there at Randwick yesterday, both for Adrian and Gay, and both win pretty impressively, enough to expect them to go on to a Breeders' Plate and a Gym Crack now, was hugely exciting.
What does it do for a stallion like Home and Affairs to have these horses jumping out like they did yesterday?
Well, I suppose it just consolidates people's belief in him. He was the busiest stallion in Australia last year. He covered more mares than any other stallion in Australia in his third season. So that is a tick of approval from breeders in that they obviously like what they see of his stock on the ground. So for him to go on and do it on the track, I suppose is only confirming what people believe that he was capable of doing and what they thought he would go on and do. But he has to go and do it. So then to see that, it just consolidates their belief in a horse with a high profile like Home Affairs.
So is he a stallion that's booked out this season?
Oh, well, he's not booked out as such, but he's extremely popular.
Yeah. So you still can get into him if you want.
Well, there is very limited availability in him. He's a horse that we support heavily ourselves as well. We've got a high-profile group of mares here on the farm that we want to send to the best stallions and the best stallions prospects. But, Home Affairs is a horse that we've always had a huge belief in and we'll continue to support him.
Yeah. Hey, there was a yes that flew at the trials there yesterday as well.
Yeah, there was. He's no longer on our roster, but that particular filly was conceived here, and she sold really well at the classic sale for her breeders, who I believe have retained a small bit of ownership in that filly, and she was sold by Tyrell at the classic sale this year for $240,000. So that's a good return for her new connection.
How is the breeding season going for Coolmore?
Yeah, well, we're well and truly in the thick of it. Plenty of foals being born, plenty of mares getting covered. We've got 3 new horses with their first crop of 2-year-old runners this season, so that's hugely exciting for us. Obviously, the banner horse is Home Affairs, and we're expecting a fair bit of them at 2. But he himself, despite breaking his maiden in the Silver Slipper as a 2-year-old, he was even better at 3, so they should train on. But we also have St. Mark's Basilica, who's flying up in Europe with his first 2-year-old. He's had 15 winners already, and then we've got Acrobat, who has his first crop of 2-year-old runners as well, and he's an untapped horse that has always had good support.
And I see Whiting's drawn gate number 1 for the Golden Rose.
Yeah, well, you'd be better off telling me if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but James McDonald on board, I'm sure he'll get every chance from that barrier. This has been his target all the way along, 1,400 metres, third up. He'll go there with a good chance and have no excuses.
He'll just need a touch of luck, I would imagine, but J-Mac's the man for the job. So,
Yeah, well, you and the form gurus will be able to sit down and come up with a race, how the race is going to pan out. But hopefully you can get on the back of something that takes him a long way into the race. He's never run a bad race, and he'll be peaking there on Saturday. So we've just got our fingers and toes crossed. Beautiful, mate.
We appreciate you joining us as always on Giddy Up. Well done with the Home Affairs. It is exciting and As Guy Mulcaster told me on the Breeding Bloodstock and Banner podcast this morning, he goes, there might be some better ones down south in Melbourne. So, looking forward to seeing those 2-year-olds jump out shortly.
Yeah, well, we've heard of a few down there. Kieran Maher's got one, and I think Mick Price and Mick Kent Jr. have one that they hope to get to the trials this week with the view to potentially getting to the Maribyrnong trial in a few weeks' time. So, yeah, we do just keep an eye on them, but there's a lot of them. They're well bred. They're impressing all the right people, so fingers crossed.
Good on you, Tom. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Gareth. Have a good one.
There's Tom Moore from Coolmore. We'll take a break and then we'll try and find you a few winners with Bag of Tips today.
release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up Bag of Tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
And the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee, just down the road from Swan Hill. Swing by for a cold beer. And Bag of Tips also brought to you by Oz Equipment Rentals, supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com. The Bet365 Boost horse is Kiwi Raider. Mark Walker gave us a good push for this horse on debut, but was defeated by the Yulong galloper, who led all of the way. And I know Sam Freeman's got a big opinion of Street Artist, so looks like it's an easier assignment today for Kiwi Raider. You're getting 210 with Bet365 until midday today. So that's Kiwi Raider at 210 until 12 o'clock today with Bet365. That is our boost horse. Some nice progressive types going around at Moe. The rail's out 6 metres. Let's head to Moe to get a track update with Paul Graham. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Gareth. How are you going
Good,
today?
thanks. Good, thanks, mate. What's the conditions look like today?
Oh, look, we're certainly on the improve. This morning, a bit of a Scottish mist was hanging around from about 4:30 through to about 7:30. But the clouds lifted and the wind's getting up as well, which is pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What will the wind play any part in today's pattern? Is it going to be strong enough?
Look, they're talking 30 to 35k westerly, which is basically straight down the straight. So with the rail out 6 and a bit of a cyclone blowing, it can tend to make her a little bit on the leaderish side. Yep. But as we know, with Moe later in the day, the sweepers can come into play a bit.
And no weather around?
Look. If it's anything, we could get a light shower, but I just think with the wind getting up, it'll be nothing. It'll be nothing that'll certainly affect the track.
That's brilliant information, mate. We appreciate that, Paul. Enjoy today. Big 9 race program there at Moe.
Thank you, Gareth. Cheers, mate.
The first race there is at 1 o'clock. Let's catch up now with Racing.com's Dave Streelor, who joins us now. He'll be working on that coverage this afternoon, the Sultan, and he's with us now. G'day to you, Dave. Mate, your best will be Kiwi Raider. How you going, mate? The horse trained by Mark Walker.
Yeah, really good, thanks, mate. Yeah, I expected Moe just quickly on the track conditions to play pretty similar as well. When the rail's out giving the ground, sort of no disadvantage on speed early, and then later in the day that sort of evens up. But Kiwi Raider early in the day went around in the market on debut in what was a strong maiden at Warnington. It was won by Street Artist with a leg in the air, but Kiwi Raider was just doing a little bit of work wide early and covered some ground. And the jump outs leading into that were really impressive. If Kiwi Raider hadn't gone to Mornington and had that run where it was down the track and we were just judging off those lead-in jump outs, it'd be even shorter than what it was today, given the quality of that jump out work. So I expect the Kiwi Raider to be pretty hard to beat.
I know Sam Freeman was bullish about Street Artist, saying he's a good horse and a horse that we need to be following. And Mark Walker basically was tipping Kiwi Raider strongly in that race there at Mornington. So it looks a nice race for him, mate. And then we go to race number 7, which is your next best, Anthurium, that goes around. You like that galloper?
Yeah, for Michael Canister, he's only won the 1 from 15 starts, but it was on a heavy track that day, and I reckon he's going to be much better suited today on a soft 7, maybe soft 6 by this stage of the day than what he was at Bairnsdale on a good 3 last start, where he did go around as favourite. He just got too far back. Bairnsdale, not really his track on a fast surface, but geez, he worked through the line quite well. He crossed the line with Marwira a few back at Sandown, meets him better off at the weights. That horse I've made a result as well off a good wet track run at Bendigo last start. But I think he finds his right race here, Anthurium. And the favourite, Omamori, goes around at a short price. Did brain them at Moe last start, and the runner-up there has won since. But this is a tougher race. He's got to go up in distance. He was a bit keen last start. Did a bit wrong. I'm happy to look around him at that price.
Beautiful. Anthurium getting around $7 with Lockie Nydorf aboard there with Bet365 in race 7. And then you've got your best value comes up in race number 6 in Barrington Manor that we're getting a good double figure price here, around $15 with Bet365, Sultan.
Yeah, he goes really well on the Moe course, Barrington Manor, and also when there's a little bit of give in the ground. He's taken a while to get going this preparation and build the fitness, but his run last start was pegged down to the fence later in the day at Kilmore. It wasn't the place you wanted to be, and I thought there were some excuses, and getting to arguably his favourite course now at peak fitness. I think he'll run a race at an each-way price. And there's another one in that race too, Lumpy's Highway, who goes around without much luck often when he races. So that is owing to his pattern. He's got to handle a change in surface today, but he was really unlucky not to arguably win last start and strong through the line. I'm interested to see him rising in distance. Hey Bella, look, her best would measure up. I thought she was okay to the line last start after being held up 4 weeks between runs. Looks on the short side, so happy to look around with a bit of value there.
Love it, Salts. We wish you the best of luck at Moe today. You'll be at the Valley surely Friday night.
No, I'll be watching the Storm Friday night.
Oh, yes.
Storm fan. So my Mighty Pies are out, so I latch onto the Storm and try and just get some sort of happiness in my life. You know?
They'll be right. They'll be right. The Storm. Don't worry about that. And bad luck with your Magpies.
But I'll be watching Snoop the Loop and Lady Shenandoah go around. Don't worry about that. Just between six agains.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for that. Have a good day.
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you.
There's the Salts. Sammy Hyland joins us. G'day, Sam.
Hello, Snoopy. How are you?
G'day, brother. How you going? He's unfeeble. He nearly arrived.
Oh, stop it. $1,000,000. I told you it was $1,000,000 and it was $1,000,000. But I tell you what's not $1,000,000
What?
today. We've got a few winners. Now, Moe, race 3, number 9, Kagamusha for the Freedman camp. This was a huge tip first time out this time round, and it ran second, just got caught on the line. Do you know what it's got today, Gareth? It's got blinkers on. Blinkers first time is a fantastic gear adjustment and often comes out on top, and I think it'll come out on top here. So race 3, number 9, Kagamusha, $2.40. After the scratchings, it's tightened in a bit, but it'll be winning.
Beautiful.
Tari, we are going race 5, number 8, Queen of Hand. Another that has come in with, after all the scratchings, Emily Farr on board, 2 kilos off, gets in half a kilo under the minimum, drawn gate 2. She can't give it a bad ride from there. I tell you, it'll just get a sweet run, just be on speed, have the drop on them and be getting the money. Race 5, number 8. Then we go to Leeton, race 5, number 6, Overflow Miss. Jack Baker's on this, takes 2 kilos off. Yes, Cal, 2 kilos off. For Overflow Miss, yet to win this preparation, but she's always about the money. And, I just reckon it's found its right race. They're a bunch of bangers, and it'll be strong at the mile. And then Emerald, we are going race 6, number 8, Too Many Kisses. Something that my wife, Fitnickers, does not give me. And I tell you what, this one last time round, it's got 3 kilos off. It's drawn a good gate. It'll be on speed. And it is trained by the Gay Waterhouse of Emerald, Glenda Bell. So I think it'll be getting the money on its home track. Race 6, number 8, Too Many Kisses. I've done quaddies for every race meeting today, Gareth, and they are about to go up on the quaddie up now.
Beautiful, mate. Can you give us your Moe quaddie?
Yes, I can. First leg is 10, 12 and 5.
Yes.
Second leg, 4, 1, 5 and 6. Third leg, 4, 5, 7 and 9. Last leg, 9, 8 and 14. So first leg, 10, 12, 5. Second leg, 4, 1, 5, 6. Third leg, 4, 5, 7, 9. And last leg, 9, 8 and 14. It's $144 for 100%.
Love that. That was beautifully read out too. You know what the punters want. Nice, slow and precise so they can write them down, Sammy. And you've got a job in front of you today. Forget about...
Yes, well, he's had a big night at the Brownlow.
Yes.
And I'm expecting... I went for a run this morning.
Yeah.
And I was having a little think to myself, and I was listening to you while I was running, and I was thinking to myself, this brown dog, he'll get an hour and a half in and he'll want to start having a little sleep, won't he? Because he's had a big night. We know he's We know he's not good on the quick backup.
No,
so.
now, but I want you, Sammy, because you're great at this. Just ask the tough questions. Where were you last night? What time did you get home? What table were you on? Was it a good night? What did you think about the voting?
Who is the best looking filly out there,
Yeah,
Gareth?
I want you to ask the tough questions and entertain us, but don't let him off lightly, all right?
No, he'll be right. He's always good value.
This is when he'll be at his best.
We want him with plenty of high energy, you know?
Yeah, this is where he'll be at his very best today. Appreciate you as always, Sammy.
Good on you, Gareth.
There's Sam Hyland. Chris Nelson, thanks to Racing Queensland, likes 2 at Emerald. Race 2, number 3, Iconic Princess. And he's also with Semi. Race 6, number 8, Too Many Kisses. Luke Ovanessian at Taree likes race 3, number 3, Cluedo. Race 4, number 7, Santono Invader. And race 5, number 8, Queen of a Hand. And at Leeton, race 5, number 7, Super Sunny Sia. And race 6, number 3, Who But Roo. And Darren Carroll at Mildura Trots likes race 3, number 7, Jet to Heaven. Race 7, number 2, Kiyang Shadow Box. And at Shepparton, he likes race 4, number 9, Centre Valley. Race 4, number 9. And Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. Amanda Rando likes race 7, number 3, Katala's Dream, and Quarter Sight, race 8, number 9. So race 7, number 3, race 8, number 9 there for Amanda Rando. Now, if you miss any of our tips any day of the week with Bag of Tips, all you need to do is go to the SEN app, go to the track part of that app, the SEN Track Hub, and you can get all of our tips there each and every day from our experts. Let's take the news. We'll come back with plenty more straight after this.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Essendon's season from hell takes another twist, with President David Barham stepping down. Australia's Therapeutic Goods Administration says paracetamol is still safe to use while pregnant, after claims from Donald Trump of a link with autism. Anthony Albanese addresses the UN General Assembly at a conference on a 2-state solution in Gaza. Optus could face a loss of its carrier licence as the federal government vows to hold the telco accountable for last week's 000 outage. And flights in and out of Hong Kong have been suspended as a major typhoon bears down. Up next, SEN Sport. It's been a busy day for newly crowned Brownlow medalist Matt Rao doing the media rounds, including here on SEN. The 24-year-old admits to some nerves kicking in after seeing his name on top of the leaderboard halfway through the count.
But yeah, didn't really think, that the thought came across the mind that I was to win it, really late, and it still hasn't really sunk in, to be honest.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Giddy up, it's 11:28. We can't wait to get to Benalla on Friday. We'll be doing the show live from Benalla from 8 o'clock. Mark Hunter will join me as well on Thursday night when we arrive at Benalla. Looking forward to doing a show there at the Royal Hotel in Benalla on the eve of Benalla Gold Cup Day. And it's time now to catch up with the boss of the Benalla Turf Club in Cameron Symes. Cameron, good morning to you, mate.
Morning, Gareth. How you going?
Good, thanks. It's not far away now.
No, it's getting close now. We're just doing the final mile of the track, so things are in full preparation.
And what about from a ticket point of view, from the response from the public? How's it looking from a crowd point of view come Friday?
Yeah, it's fantastic. We've had a great response. Our VIP marquee sold out at the end of August. So I've got a lot of best mates that have been knocking on my door trying to get a ticket, as you could imagine. And we've got another 25% of umbrellas along the front lawn this year, which is great. We've put some out on the mountain yard. So ticket sales really good. We've got about 15 left for the deck. That's our only option left other than a GA, and you can come in and watch the races and bring your picnic table and enjoy.
So what do you get for heading to the deck?
So it's $160. It's all inclusive.
Oh, how good's that?
5-hour beverage package, finger food throughout the afternoon. It is one of the best locations. It is right in front of the winning post. You're elevated there and under a marquee, so out of the elements, and great spot to watch racing.
Perfect. Has this exceeded like last year's Cup regarding pre-sales?
This is a bit. We've had a few more than last year, actually, which is great. You know, obviously things are a bit tighter, as we all know, but our response has been fantastic, and that's something we're proud of with our day, and just keep putting on a good event, and people will come. People always need an outlet, and we're proud of the Benalla Cup, and it's a great day.
And looking forward to getting to the pub there on Thursday night. Mark Hunter will join me at the Royal Hotel. So we'll talk about the Cup, preview Moonee Valley as well, and have a chat to a few guests there. It's only for a couple of hours. Bet365 are putting it on. So it's going to be a terrific couple of hours there as we get set for Benalla Cup Day.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a first for us. We've always spoke about having a pre-function and trying to work out what's the right thing to do and the right time, and obviously with Bet365 and yourselves have come together, and we're putting on a show down there. So we encourage everyone to get down there from 5 to 7. There'll be nibbles on offer, and there'll be some expert tips as you guys go through the field.
Yes.
And it's a great day.
Mark Hunter's already doing the form already off the nom. So it's going to be great fun. And Bet365, just wonderful supporters, mate, of country racing, but they love your club. And this is the first time, as you point out, that we're doing something like this. We're going to go around to a few country cup meetings and visit some local towns when they have their cup meetings and have events like this. But Benella's going to be first cab off the rank, so looking forward to seeing what happens there Thursday night. They've got the best and fairest for the Benalla Footy Club that night as well, haven't they?
They do across the road. That kicks off about 6:30, so we've encouraged all them to come down early and have a couple of pre-drinks and some nibbles on Bet365 and get all the tips, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of them out here the next day.
Look forward to it, mate. Well, bring it on. Can't wait for Friday. Looks like it's going to be a massive day there, Cam, and we'll catch up with you on Thursday and then see you at the races Friday.
Beautiful. Thanks, mate.
There's Cameron Symes there. And to get tickets, just go to the Country Racer Victoria website with only, 15 seats left on that deck, or get in contact with Benalla. Sounds like it's going to be a great day there on the grand final eve on that Friday. Time for a break. On the other side of it, we'll talk some harness racing as we chat to Anthony Butt and Adam Hamilton as we face the breeze.
release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall. Garrard's Horse and Hound. Stocking the largest range at the best prices. Visit horseandhound.com.au. Live across Australia on SEN Track. This is Facing the Breeze with Gareth Hall.
Time to face the breeze as we talk some harness racing now. Adam Hamilton's not far away. Anthony Butt joins us as he always does, thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hound. The best range and prices on all equine essentials. Visit horseandhound.com.au. Ants, hello to you, mate.
Yeah, how you going, Gareth?
G'day, Adam.
Yeah, great to be on with you, Gareth, and Ants, of course. Just such an exciting time, isn't it? All the stars are coming out to play, not just in thoroughbred racing, but in harness as well.
Now, tell me this, Adam, and we've got Ants on the line, and I get so much satisfaction out of all this. Like, Ants probably calls himself Australian these days because when we turn up to Addington on the second Tuesday in November, it'll be a complete and utter disaster for the New Zealand harness racing fans. No longer are they the number one country in Australasia. In fact, I'm tipping we might just completely and utterly embarrass them again on Tuesday, Adam.
Oh, I'm going to let Ants have first go at this because he sort of sits on both sides of the fence. I've got some pretty strong feelings on it, but we'll put it this way, Ants. Is it the strongest batch of horses Australia has ever sent to New Zealand on paper?
Yeah, definitely, Adam. Yeah, I can't remember a time when they've had the first two favourites. So, no, they're going to be awfully hard to beat, aren't they? And, as we know, Lecter Fame's a champion and, he's hard to beat anytime, anywhere. So, and then Swayze's, he's right there behind him, isn't he? So, they're going to be the two hot favourites and there's going to be a fair gap to the third one.
So, Ants, are you telling us that just like B. Baker and Jay McDonald have basically done in the gallops that you're going to become an Australian as well?
No, Gareth, that's not the case. But you got to face facts and reality. So, I think you might get us this year, but the Kiwis are a bit light on depth, I reckon. But, they'll bounce back as they always do.
They might have to do some categories just having no Australian horses in some of these races, Adam.
Oh, cut! They won't do that. Surely, that's not a good way of encouraging competition. So
yes,
yeah, I've got a couple of questions for Ants on it though, and obviously beyond the New Zealand Cup, we have a look to the feature trotting races, two of them during Cup Week, where RC Phoenix, Parisian Artiste, maybe even Kiyang Zahara will be going, and all massively hard to beat in those races. Then the slot race, Fatal Weights will go to the Velocity, the pacing one, and the Ascent, the trotting one, won so brilliantly by Kiyang Zahara last year, will have Tracy DeJet and also Gatesy's Gem, who's about to come back as well. So, but Ants, is this a cycle thing, or is this a bit of a new normal that the Aussie horses have got so much better that they will dominate?
It's probably a bit of both, Gareth. Adam, I think definitely the Aussie breed's improved over the last sort of 15 or 20 years, and whereas once upon a time New Zealand breds dominated the big races, but I think Aussie have come along and leaps and bounds, and especially in the trotters, and I think when they even has taken over from from New Zealand in the trotting ranks. So yeah, as we've seen with all the breeders, Pat Driscoll and Duncan McPherson, those sort of guys are just breeding, superstar after superstar in the trotting ranks. So, once upon a time that wasn't the case. So yeah, I think it's. New Zealand will bounce back. They've got such a good breed, but right at the moment, Aussies are dominating.
And Nancy, if you have to go to the trials, because the trials, the times might have just changed, so you can jump on and just let us know when you have to go.
Yeah, I've got to go now, Gareth.
All right, then. Well, we wish you the best of luck, Ants.
Sorry about that. You'll be right, boys.
I can tell in your voice. Hey, Adam, it is exciting, in all seriousness. Like, I probably, my time in the sport, I would never have imagined Australia to have the representation it will have at Addington on that Tuesday.
No, it's such a special week. I mean, the first time I went was back in 1992 and the Great Chokin won, and that's when I met Terry Henderson and got to know Barry Purdon for the first time. And I would say I've only missed 3 or 4 over the years since then. It's as good as it gets in this part of the world that week, but never did I think we would have this sort of Australian influence on it. It's absolutely incredible how much better our horses have got. Anth has summed it up really well. Yeah, the Kiwis will bounce back, and maybe old Oscar can beat our trotters. He's that good. They've got a really good young trotter meant to be. They've got a really, really good 3-year-old in Marketplace as well. So, they've got tremendous stock over there, and emerging stock as well. But the Aussies hold the trump case, the trump cards at the moment. It'll be, well, it's almost unthinkable that either Swayze or Leap to Fame won't win the New Zealand Cup, isn't it?
It's an interesting one with Swayze, Adam, because the Country Cups in New South Wales, they've just announced they've got they just announced the 5 venues last week, and obviously they've gone to bigger tracks, and the $1 million bonus is still on. Now, you broke the story with Catch a Wave. He'll be trying to have a crack at that. I was just thinking, I know Jason can change his mind from time to time, but I'm surprised in a way that he's adamant he wants to go back to New Zealand to take on Leap to Fame instead of trying to do what he wanted to do last year and win that $1 million bonus, when for me it seems a far easier task for him to do that this time around, because the Carnival of Cups have gone to places like Wagga and Bathurst.
Yeah, but there's Albury's still a leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Albury is always going to be an Achilles heel to Swayze. I mean, the courage he showed, that was the one that you and I went to, one of the great nights. If anyone gets a chance to get there, you certainly want to get there to Albury. It's absolutely packed. It just reminds you of the halcyon days of harness racing.
Yeah.
But, a horse in Captain Hammerhead who was going a lot better then beat him. But if you've got a horse like Captain's Knock or a Catch a Wave in front around Albury, then Swayze's just not going to be able to beat them on that little track. And that, and I think, you're very close to Jason Grimson. Jason said that the series took an immense amount out of Swayze, didn't it? The travel and the racing on the little tracks.
Yeah, I think the little tracks was the key. Like, I don't think that New South Wales have probably listened to a few of the participants and they've gone to those bigger tracks. I think you're just going to get a better class of horse competing at those country cups this year. And it's good to see.
Gareth, I mean, No, so I'm sorry to jump in, but I mean, obviously Andy Gath mentioned that, the fact that the first 3 legs are at good big tracks is very attractive for him to see whether he can keep the bonus dream alive at the good tracks first before you go to the little ones. Now, the little ones aren't going to bother him. I mean, he gets around, I think he's won a Hamilton Cup and he's won around Gloucester Park, so that's not going to bother Catch a Wave. I don't think it'll bother Captain's Knock if he goes to it.
No.
Luke McCarthy, they're looking at it with I Keep Smiling, I'm told as well, who's just having a little break now, and I think they're going to do the embryo transfer process with her again and then get her back. She could go to at least some of the races as well. Someone mentioned Kingman, but he's not going to get around those little tracks, so you wouldn't think it's a
imagine him getting around
viable option for him, would it?
No.
Well, he can't get around the home bend at Menangle. So
hey, but Mickey's ambitious. See, soon as Mickey Harvey, soon as he sees the $1 million tag, he'll be telling Luke, you got to go to Albury. So I think it's great, and I love the way that they've done the promotion to the Carnival of Cups. Archer and Robbie Morris have completely starred alongside Joshy Gallagher. So it adds something a little bit different for the sport of harness racing. And if they can get those musical acts like they did last year, that's just great for the sport of harness racing, I reckon, Adam.
Yeah, well, they've locked them in, and the Eureka was a special night. I mean, the on-course entertainment they just nailed it as well with the Living End. They were the right fit for that crowd, and we can speak firsthand. The on-course experience is just magic, isn't it? So they've really, it is a success story for them. And then, before that, we've got this extraordinary, and I mean extraordinary, Victoria Cup meeting coming up on October 18. What a day. I mean, your Caulfield Cup, Everest, you barely have time to get some dinner down, and then you're into an incredible night that will be on 7 Mate. Now, I know your team at Rainmaker are pulling all that production together as well for the coverage that night, where Leap to Fame, Swayze and others will do battle in the Victoria Cup. You're going to have RC Phoenix, Parisian Artis, Kiyang Zahara all going round in the Bill Collins Sprint. You've got the Derby, the final of the Derby on the same night. You got the Trotters Oaks, where Tracy the Jet and Gatesy's Gem will clash before they go to New Zealand. So we talk about how good New Zealand's going to be, but this Victoria Cup meeting on October 18 is going to be the ultimate, great night itself, but also the ultimate form guide to those big New Zealand races.
And Leap to Fame's back at the trials, is he, this week?
Thursday. Yes, he's going Thursday. So did a lovely Ben Thompson, the jockey, is Ben and his wife Steph. They're massive fans, as are many other thoroughbred people of Leap to Fame. But Ben reached out a while ago and connected him with Grant Dixon, and Ben and Steph went up there yesterday with their 2 little ones, and just. Grant and Trista just took them in like family. They had the morning there and absolutely loved it, and got to pat Leap to Fame and get photos, and we've got some video content of it that'll come out in the next few days, Gareth. But it's wonderful when you can have a horse that transcends the sport like Leap to Fame. He's doing that, isn't he?
Yeah, and on that Saturday you'll have Kaying Rising, who's the odds-on favourite in the Everest. He's the quickest horse in the world and the best standardbred in the world. Will be, many say he's close to anyway, Leap to Fame. It's hard to really judge because it's hard to get a guide on the North American form compared to a Leap to Fame. But he's that much better than the rest of ours in a way that who knows what he would do on the world stage, Leap to Fame. So, it's just special every time he goes around.
Yeah, I think... and it's not chest beating to say he's the best in the world. I think when you speak to, the people I do over there, like Lauren and Shane Tritton, and like Dexter Dunn and Todd McCarthy and Alan Galloway, who follows it so closely, they are adamant that he is the best pacer in the world right now. So, and it's really special to have him in our own backyard, and it's even more special to have a stallion racing until he's at least 7 years old, which we're going to get next year. It's a huge credit to Grant Dixon and Trista, the way they trained him. It's an immense credit to Kevin and Kay Seymour that they race him on as much for the benefit of the sport as they do themselves, when he'd be a really valuable stallion at stud as well. And it's also, to be honest, it is a point of difference in many ways from thoroughbred racing to harness racing, isn't it? So many of the thoroughbred stars are so irresistibly valuable young, they retire early, but here we are, we've got a stallion, and he's going to be racing on until he's at least 7 years of age.
Yeah, how good is that? I've got about a minute left, Adam. I just want to ask you one question. When do we see Kiyang Zahara back at the races, this boom trotter?
Yeah, it's a good question. So she's going round at Terang trials tonight.
Yeah.
So there's Melton trials today, Terang trials tonight. So she's not entered for Saturday night, so she won't be doing the quick back up there. Those fields will be out any minute if they're not already.
Out now.
So I think if she trials as well as she did last time again tonight, surely she'll be back racing Saturday week. Which will give her a lead-up race 2 weeks ahead of the Bill Collins. So that looks a pretty good schedule. And I just a quick one back to you. Like, I still think that she can show she's the best trotter in this part of the world. I haven't dropped off her in any way, shape or form.
No, either have I. And obviously she got beat for the first time there at Menangle before she went for a bit of a break. But obviously she wasn't right because we haven't seen her since. So Jason Lee's stopped playing football now, so he can concentrate on his driving.
He's won his 13th footy premiership. Good on you, Jace.
Well done, Jace. So, bring it on, mate. I can't wait for the build-up. It's going to be a great end of the year for the sport of harness racing. So, looking forward to it, mate. And you're all over it, breaking all of the big stories when it comes to harness racing. So we appreciate you as always here on Giddy Up on a Tuesday.
Pleasure, mate. Look forward to chatting again over these coming weeks, particularly with this Victoria Cup Carnival just around the corner. Good on you, G.
Good on you, Adam. The sport is so lucky to have Adam Hamilton for his passion and keeping us updated there with all of the news in the sport of harness racing. That was Facing the Breeze thanks to Gareth Horse and Hound. The best range and prices on all equine essentials. Visit horseandhound.com.au. Time for a break. We'll come back and wrap up Giddy Up on this Tuesday.
First release tickets to Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival from $40. Secure yours now before prices rise.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's been a busy show. If you missed any of our interviews or segments, all you need to do is subscribe to Giddy Up with Gareth Hall with your local podcast subscriber. We had Adam Blenko from racingandsports.com explaining what happened there on the weekend regarding from a ratings perspective, also looking ahead to this weekend. Great to catch up with Sam Fairgray, who cleared the air in a way regarding what happened there with the jockey change of Private Harry after Ash Morgan was sacked basically from that galloper, and Timmy Clark has picked up the ride for the rest of his campaign. So it was a busy show. I'll be back tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock once again. That was Giddy Up, all thanks to Bet365.